Proposed 2020 operating budget. I'll call the meeting to order. Ask for a motion for the adoption of the agenda, please. Councillors Elmsley and Vale. All in favor? That's passed. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Today's agenda? Seeing none. Just before we start, Director Shanks has a special announcement for us. We're going to make an exception. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I thought you were going to make this announcement, but just to announce to council and staff that your donations were very much appreciated to Movember, and I'm going to have to turn it over at one point to Acting Chief Rafton. Sorry. On the announcement, but we generated $545 from staff and council in donations to Movember, and I will let Andrew speak to specifically what it is going to.
Thank you, Director Shanks. So November was Men's Health Month, so in particular fundraising and awareness for prostate cancer, testicular cancer, men's mental health, and suicide prevention. So our paramedics undertook a project where they wore blue epaulets with little mustaches on them for the month and fundraised internally. And I'd like to thank all the members of council and staff who grew a stash for the month and helped contribute. And I don't know exactly what the total is, but this 545 will go a long way to bolstering those totals. I want to thank everyone again.
Thank you. That's awesome. Nice to see everybody cleaned up again. I'm just looking at you, Brian. Yeah. Item 4, proposed 2020 operating budget. Can I get a motion, please, that the proposed 2020 operating budget be received? Councillor Ashmore and O'Reilly, all in favor? That's passed. We'll move right into item 5, which is the proposed 2020 budget presentation. Jennifer Stover, Director of Corporate Services. You're up again. Welcome.
Thank you. So I have a quick presentation to go through just to give you one final overview of where we're at with the operating budget. This slide you may remember from our evening meeting in Fenelon talks about our total budget of just over $305 million. Last week, council met and deliberated on all the items on the right-hand side, so the tax-supported capital budget, the tax-supported special projects budget, and the water and wastewater, both operating and capital budget. So those are now all approved. And the purpose of today's meeting is to talk about the biggest portion of our budget, which is the tax levy-supported operating budget of just shy of $205 million. How that budget is made up. Obviously, the vast majority of our funding comes from taxation, almost $120 million. We've got $54.2 million coming from grants, $26.9 from our user charges, those things like facility rentals, things of that nature, and then $4.5 million in other revenue. Of that almost $120 million in taxes, where does those funds go? You'll see we have a very large investment, 33% is our biggest portion of the pie, going to roads, waste, and transit, all the public works departments and divisions. Next at 30% is our emergency services, both police, fire, and paramedics. Parks, Rec, library facilities at 12%, our development services division at 4%, human services at 10%, and then there's that contribution to the capital budget and special projects at 11% of your tax funding. On the operating budget, how that $205 million is allocated, the vast majority goes to salary and benefits at just shy of $70 million, transfers to external clients at $45 million, contracted services at $38 million, transfers to reserves just shy of $22 million, materials and supplies at $16 million, and then you see debt and financial 9.7 and $5 million at other. I want to pause on this for a moment. We have council direction to come back with a budget that aligns with 2019 funding. So I want you just to appreciate the challenge we had with that. In looking at this chart, the vast majority of these costs are contractual or fixed, things that we can't change. So salaries and benefits, those are all contractual costs. Certainly at the will of council, we could make some decisions there, but they wouldn't come without an additional cost. Transfers to external clients are those flow-throughs that go to other agencies. Again, contractually obligated for the most part. Our contracted services is our things like our waste contract and winter control contract. So again, we can make adjustments, but there's contracts in place there. The debt and financial, those are the costs of borrowing. Nothing that we can do about those costs unless we were to fund those some other way. So really the two areas of our budget where we have some movement is the 16 million of materials and supplies and the 21.7 million in transfer to reserves. And we know we've got pressure in transferring to reserves because our capital infrastructure needs to be maintained. So in looking at this is the challenge from staff perspective is materials and supplies is really the one core area where we can make some movement. And we'll talk about that a little later. So our key budget increases, this is looking at 2017 to 2020, just to give you a flavor of what has caused those tax levy increases year over year. So looking at that over that 4-year period, salaries, wages, and benefits was the biggest driver at 8.2 million, but a 14% increase on the budget. So that's, in my opinion, not horrible, given that there's collective agreements in place. Those contracted services, a 24% increase over the 4 years of over $7 million, and that would be the things like our waste and winter control contracts. Rent and insurance went up 700,000, that's primarily insurance. And then the bottom two are the costs associated with taking on debt. So about $3.5 million increase in the budget over the 4-year period for those costs. Our operating budget for 2020, what are the key drivers? You've seen this slide before, but I'll go through it again. We've increased our capital reserve contribution. Again, that's to help with that aging infrastructure that we need to maintain. So there's an increase of 2.35 million there. Transfers from reserves decrease. This is primarily stemming from a decision that was made last year in council. It was a one-time decision where we were drawing $1.8 million from reserves, so that's not happening this year. Salaries and benefits, we're seeing an increase of almost $1 million. Winter maintenance and waste, contractual obligations there causing an increase of just over $1 million. And then we had assessment growth of 1.7 that helps to offset that. So our total tax levy increase coming into this budget was about $4.5 million and a 3.93% increase. After budget deliberations last week on capital and special projects, that number currently sitting at 4%. So what else is included in the 2020 proposed operating budget? There are some new staff positions that have been requested. They're listed there. I won't walk through them. With the exception of the emergency planner may come as a bit of a surprise, and I apologize for that. It is included in the budget, but wasn't shown on the org chart for that department. So we've provided you with an update on that. And we've included it as a decision unit in Appendix E that you have in your folder so that we can discuss it because it will come as a bit of a surprise to council. But these positions are part of a 5-year staffing plan. They shouldn't come as a huge surprise. They're based on needs and increases in service level. To put that in a bit of context, if you look at our comparators, Kawartha Lakes does have the lowest salary and benefit costs as a percentage of revenue. And as a service industry, our salaries and benefits should be our biggest cost. And so, as this chart is showing, we are maintaining our staffing levels at a reasonable amount relative to the amount of revenue that we bring in. So what isn't included in our operating budget? As I indicated before, we had a budget originally at about 7% and had to trim it quite significantly to get it down to that 4% budget that we're sitting at today. So some of the things that we reduced is the employee benefits, and I bring that up again only so that it's abundantly clear to council that we were budgeting there was an inherent surplus in the budget before based on how we were budgeting for employee benefits. We were budgeting based on premiums that we pay, but we're actually self-insured. So at the end of the year, there'd be a reconciliation based on actual usage by staff. And so we were generally seeing a refund, if you will, from our provider of about $600,000. So we've reduced that out of the budget this year in order to bring it down, so we won't see that inherent surplus in the 2020 budget. The waste contract, when the budget was originally being deliberated, we didn't know what that contract was going to look like, so we'd put a provision in. We were able to scale that back by about $130,000. The special project budget that's now been approved originally was $1 million higher when it was brought in by staff, and so we reduced that before presenting it to you. The OMPF, there's still uncertainty as to what's going to happen with that. Originally, we had included $1 million provision so that in the event the province did make reductions, we could be ahead of it a little bit. We've removed that, so OMPF is in the budget for 2020 at exactly what we know we're going to receive. And then the other provincial funding cuts, so we've got paramedic services, we know is being reduced by $400,000, and childcare services being reduced by $200,000, and both of those items are sitting in as decision units to be discussed today as well. So that's how we reduced the budget by $3 million to get it down to the 4% you see it at today. So this is a slide showing you what's happened over the last 10 years historically with our surplus. And again, just to tie back to that item that we've now removed that we know was going to generate surplus, you can see our surpluses are all over the map. Some years better than others, but on average our surplus has been about $460,000. So we would anticipate, starting in 2020, that $600,000 won't be there. So in your package that you have today is the council made a recommendation that we bring the 2020 budget. We come forward with options to bring it in at 2019 funding. In doing that exercise, we were able to find an additional $277,000 that could come out of the budget. And just to be clear, those adjustments came out as a result of looking at trending that was happening later on in the year. We start working on the budget in June. And so when we finally get to budget production, we've got another quarter of the year under our belts to be able to look at our actuals. So we were able to make some further adjustments. So that would bring the budget in at 3.77. If council were to agree to these reductions, then we'd be sitting at a 3.77% increase. And that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll get a motion, please, that the presentation from Director of Corporate Services be received. Councillor Helmsley and Seymour Fagan. Councillor Helmsley, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My usual question, I guess. You alluded to surpluses being around 400,000, and you talked about 2020, that in 2020 that would disappear, or you expected it to be at that level?
So as you can see on this chart, our surpluses are all over the map. There's many factors that contribute to the surplus. But inherently within the budget every year, we know that there will be at least a $500,000 surplus because of the way we were budgeting for benefits. We've removed that in 2020. So essentially we would need everything to come in on budget, nobody to have any unknown expenditures, anything of that nature, and we should be just fine. But as you can see from this chart, there's inherently things that happen every year that are going to impact that surplus. We just want to be abundantly clear with council that that $600,000 that was traditionally included in the budget is no longer there.
Is it there for 2019?
It is there for 2019.
So it's there, so not making you swear on the Bible or anything, but so we can assume we will have a surplus in 2019? Or you're not assuming that?
I don't think we can assume that because we need to look at all of the departments and what's happened in every area.
Why don't you give us an update on winter control budget? That might answer his question.
So we knew going into budget talks in September that we had about $600,000 left in the 2019 winter maintenance budget. Last year, the last quarter of the year, the winter at the end of the year, The spend was 2.5 million, and I would defer to Director Robinson, but I think we've probably seen as bad or worse winter events up to this point this year.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. We are seeing a challenging fall already, and we're only into the start of December, so we'll continue to monitor as we move forward, but the $600,000 will not be enough to manage winter control through the remaining portion of the year.
Also, we haven't done a capital close for 2019 yet. And usually when we do the capital close, we're able to put some monies back into the capital reserve and perhaps the contingency reserve. Do you have any indication or thoughts on what that might look like?
At this point, we don't know. We'll have to wait until all the bills are in December.
We're going to have to get different questions and different answers.
Different questions anyways. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. On your income page up there where you're showing removal of reductions, I guess, oh, no, you had it there, right there, yeah. No. You're going too fast, right there. Okay. The removal of provisions for OMPF, paramedic services, and the child care services. Now, based on a letter I just received, I think the child care service, there is a legitimate reduction that's in place already, or is going to be in place. Okay. I wish we could change every week.
We'll get an update on that when we go through that department.
Okay, so we anticipated a $0.4 million reduction in paramedic services, and now we're going to put that back into the budget, right?
So currently, with the budget where it's at today, that 400,000 is not in the budget, and that is a known reduction. So previously, the province funded our budget 50%. Starting for this coming year, 2020, the province has told us what our funding level is. So the paramedic services expenditures exceed the level of funding that we received from the province to match that 50-50 by 400,000. So if council chose to add that 400,000 back in, it would be a tax levy impact.
And that's one of our decision units we'll deal with later.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand the board, I guess. So the board is, that board I'm looking at right now is not putting it back in, so that we're going to go in with a $0.4 million deficit if in fact we don't increase our funding by 0.4?
This chart is showing you that when the draft budget was originally prepared by staff, we were looking at a 7% tax levy increase. And staff made these reductions in order to be able to present a budget that was aligned with the financial plan at 4%. So none of these items are currently in the budget, and it's more of an awareness to council that these things have been reduced or not currently included in the budget.
So only the last two, Pat, the child care and the paramedic service are decision units that will get an update and a decision. The others have already been removed from the budget. Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Any further questions on the presentation? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Director. We'll move down to public comments. Is there anyone? I have nobody signed up for public comments. I don't see anybody from the public here. I'll assume that there's no one from the public that wants to comment. Okay. Written public submissions. We have received, part of your agenda is the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit Board of Health 2020 Municipal Levy. Received correspondence from the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit Board of Health regarding the 2020 municipal assessment. We received, as part of your agenda, correspondence from Otonabee Conservation regarding the 2020 operating and capital budget. And in your folder, on December 2nd, we received community planning table for children, youth, and families in Haliburton County and City of Kawartha Lakes regarding the child care program expansion that was in your folders. So if I can get a motion to receive the public submissions for the proposed 2020 operating budget, please. Councillor Dunn and Yo, all in favor? That's passed, thank you. We'll move down to item 8, which is what we want to do is we would take the 2020 operating budget council question and answer, which you received yesterday, but it's part of your package, and the 4-0, which was part of your package, sent out to you earlier, and all we want to do right now is just receive those, and then we're going to get an update from our CAO, Ron Taylor. So if I can get a motion that those two documents be received. Councillor Richardson and Seymour Fagan, all in favor? That's passed. We're going to get a presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to set up here if that's okay. So we actually don't have a separate and distinct presentation, but before we go into our department updates and walk you through the budget, the mayor wanted us to just touch on a couple of things. So again, for the Q&A document you just received, that informed or will inform the updates that the departments bring forward. We'll touch on those, or certainly if we miss something and the responses weren't entirely what you were expecting, or you had any additional questions, then please, during each department presentation, pose those questions or ask for any clarifications. The other document is the 4-0 document, we call it, but basically it was a demonstration of how we could bring a budget in 2020 at 2019 levels. So hopefully everybody has a copy of that. It is the last document in your tabs that you updated, tab 17, and it is a document that shows
It
some
was in the yellow folder as well.
Yep.
If you don't have it in your tab.
I just want to make sure everybody has that document. So if you were doing the instructions that were to insert it, it should be in tab 17, very last document in that tab. If not, it'll be loose and you got it. So I think before we talk at length, so in terms of the agenda, the intent was we're going to go through each department one by one. Again, stop us if there's any questions, but really to give you a broad overview of what's in the base budget. You'll probably recall that Council passed a couple of different resolutions earlier this year and leading into our budget preparations. One was direction to funded boards, agencies, requesting that they look at their budgets and make submissions that would meet 2019 funding levels. And you're going to hear a little bit more about that, where they align with certain departments or in decision units. The other resolution was for internal working departments to work together to look at the operating budget and demonstrate the ability to reduce the 2020 budget to 2019 levels. So that's where the 4% to 0% characterization comes about. So in the document that you now have, at the very front end of it, it was mentioned by Director Stover that in prep for the budget and simply starting to do that exercise of looking for reductions, we found some that either based on historic trends in revenue for budgeting purposes or reductions, that there was some modest reductions that we could recommend right up front. And you'll probably recall when the director concluded the presentation, she mentioned that after capital we were sitting at about 4%. If council were to adopt this recommended $277,000 in savings or reductions to the budget, you would be at a starting point of 3.77%. So, Mr. Mayor, I would still continue to make that recommendation when that comes up in the agenda, that council adopt those recommended adjustments to the 2020 budget. And if you want at that point, we can characterize or talk a little bit about what those are exactly if it's needed for clarification. The other piece of the document was then to demonstrate, again, that reduction more broadly. And Director Stover also mentioned in her presentation the areas of the tax support component of the budget. And so I'm going to refer you as well to tab 1 in your budget books, which is really your overall budget summary. It has the listings of sort of all of those categories that were characterized by the director, and it shows you sort of the trending from 2018 actuals, 2019 budget, and 2020 proposed. So the document that you have demonstrating the reductions are aligned with that summary. So we have different categories, one being what I'll term operational budget adjustments that are non-staffing. That's the $16 million portion of the budget that the director mentioned, where it looks at materials, supplies, and services. And we think potentially that's one area, should council wish to review, that we could look at reviewing and maybe finding some operational efficiencies over next year. The other categories are staffing reductions, and we really have it listed as 2 different categories on the document. I mean, I know you appreciate that we could do a more wholesome review overall, and that may require some adjustments to structure. That is longer term, I would suggest, and certainly it would require us making sure that we're in alignment with our commitments and collective agreements and so on. So that is something that if council wished to look at, we could receive some direction accordingly. But on the number 2 item on the document, it talks about staffing reductions or reductions in the funding for those areas. So that would be where you could, if you wanted to, either delay any new positions that are proposed in the budget, and we've quantified what that would look like. We've also looked at some other general areas where maybe we're contractually less tied to an outcome, but certainly would reduce or significantly impact our service levels. So the one example would be if you wanted to reduce or eliminate student hires for a year. Again, definitely not recommended in terms of what that seasonal level of service is that they provide collectively across the organization, but we've quantified so you can understand if you wanted to go there, you could see a very modest cut or decrease in the budget of about $90,000. I think the messaging that the director was sort of getting to, and I just want to reiterate, is I think this council and the previous council have done a great job of really sort of looking at methodically reviewing our core services, looking at our staffing levels. You saw some of the comparators that are there, and then just our overall operations. And I would suggest that we, continue to run a very lean organization. You even saw that our surpluses on a $300 million all-in budget were lower than $500,000 in terms of even just balancing the budget. So we're spending within our means, but I think we're doing a good job of budgeting and making it work. So the task ahead in terms of when we start to face provincial cuts or external cuts that we didn't really see coming, we sort of heard, but in year, I mean, they're not easy, and it's certainly not an easy request to our taxpayers either to ask them to simply make up those funding cuts. So you're going to hear a little bit more about that today in some of the decision units as we go. The third area on the document talks about operating cuts to programs. So it's different from internal operations and staffing. These would be either reducing or adjusting general programs and services that the public relies on that are funded through our operating budget. And you've got a listing by department at least of some areas, but just to give you an idea of the types of service reductions that, if you wanted to go there, we would be facing. We established an ambassador program in one of the BIA areas, or in the BIA area in Lindsay. That's at a cost of $30,000. Again, it's funded through our operating budget. We certainly wouldn't recommend reducing or eliminating that program. I think it's paid great dividends, but it's an option to you at council to reduce the budget. Insurance premiums, we listed as an example. You could self-insure more or be more risk tolerant, if you will. And so if we wanted to, for example, increase our deductible from $100,000 to $1 million, you could see net savings in our insurance premiums of just over $300,000. But I know you appreciate it's not as simple as just a savings. There really is a risk-reward element there that I would caution may not be where we want to go from a risk perspective. In our Parks and Rec area, we could look at reducing whether it's seasonal porta potties being put out, closing a facility, reducing hours at facilities. These pull down some of the operating budget hours, and we've got some estimates, if you really wanted to go there, where you could achieve it. On the waste collection side, you've already talked and debated through core service reviews in the past, but if you wanted to reduce pickup frequencies, eliminate certain programs, maybe it's leaf and yard, eliminating bulk item collections at curbside, we've quantified a general number there as well. Similarly with landfills, if you wanted to have seasonal closures for some, if you wanted to look at reductions in some of the collections themselves, you would see a modest savings there as well. Again, I'm not intending to really create a somber sort of approach to this, but I think it is important that we're really at a point where we're looking at service changes or reductions if you want to lower sort of our average tax rates year over year. And I'm not sure if it's going to get better or if it's going to get dramatically worse, but you've heard on a few occasions, you know, there are provincial cuts that we're facing this year of almost $1 million. I don't see that improving in future years. So, Mr. Mayor, I know you wanted to just sort of put some context around this. Happy to answer any questions, but I would just note that at the end of the agenda, there's sort of two sections where I think this will revisit this information. One will be at the decision units, and the other will be for future budget directions. So we would be looking for, if you wanted to inform future budgets, are there some areas, programs, structure that you'd like us to review in a future year? So maybe I'll pause there. It's a lot of information. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Yeah, we'll have decision units before we deal with the actual budget at the end, and then after the budget, there's item 14 is future budget directions. If there's anything on this page, as the CAO's mentioned, that we want to get information back for more affecting 2021 than this year's budget, there's a lot of information there. Councillor Dunn, you had a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just three quick questions. If we approve your recommended budget, we're $3.2 million over our target?
Sorry, I'm not.
Well, I look at the bottom line here, and the change is $3.285 million. So put all the decision units aside for right now. If in fact we approve your recommendations, we're $3.2 million over our target of maintaining the balance.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so you're saying the recommended ones being that 277,000?
No, I'm talking these first.
Or you're talking about the whole recommended
I'm
budget
talking,
in its entirety?
I'm just talking about your, yeah, I'm talking about the big package.
Okay, so the director mentioned after capital,
Yep.
sitting at 4%
Yep.
currently. If you adopt that modest reduction that was highlighted in the one document of 277,000, those are recommended reductions by staff, we would be starting at 3.77% going into the operating budget. So if you did nothing but adopt now the recommended budget that's in front of you, the base budget, it would be at a 3.77% average tax increase. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So as long as we don't approve any of our decision units, we're golden. Is this the, All right.
Without any of the decision units, we're within
Okay, that's
our
Yeah,
4%.
Yeah.
This document at the bottom, if you eliminate all that, that gets us to 0%, which is a direction we gave to give us those options.
And that's why I wanted to nail the question down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I thought we were, but I wanted to make sure that's where we were. So if I approved everything here and didn't approve any of the decision units whatsoever, I'm in the range. Okay, all right. And then after that, so we got to be really cautious on our decision units, or take stuff out of here. Correct. Okay, good, thanks.
Any further questions? Okay, you're gonna sit tight because we're gonna do an overview of the CAO, but do you have anything to add to this? We've already received that, so I'm just gonna put it out there right now. That first recommended adjustment is to operating budget adjustment of $277,400. To me, I don't want to say it's a no-brainer, but we should do it. So I'll accept that motion now if somebody wants to move it, that the 2020 operating budget be reduced by $277,400 in accordance with the recommended adjustments outlined in the options for 2020 operating budget at the 219 funding document. Councillor Elmsley and you'll move that? Pretty clear, all in favor? That's passed. So that puts us at 3.77% going into the rest of the discussions by department. Did you have something you wanted to? Nope, you're waiting for me? All right, we're good. Okay, so now we're gonna go into the department budget overviews. But just before we do that, that's tab 5 in your books, is the first mayor and council and the CAO's office. But there were some questions on the question and answer document for pages before that. Tab 5 starts at page 31, but there was some questions leading up to that. So is there any questions on that first page that you didn't get an answer that you were looking for, you want more information before we move right into tab 5? I think some of it will be covered as we go through the departments, but I don't want to skip over those pages and go right to 35 and you're going, and I'm getting a look like I'm getting right now. Go ahead, Councillor Elmsley.
No, I just wanted to, I understand the answer on the crossing guards, that it's a municipal responsibility. I'm just wondering how we change that.
Well, maybe when we get to engineering, we can have that discussion and see if it is changeable. I think you've exposed it, you've got an answer there. I don't know if it can be
No,
changed,
the
but,
answer,
yeah.
I understand the answer, and it, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I still think that we should explore somehow how, if we're giving, the Board of Education $27 million, I think they can suck up a couple of crossing guards.
Okay. Well, we'll bring that up you can bring that up at engineering, so sit tight with that. Is there anything else on those questions? Councillor Richardson, you had a question there. You're good with the answer? I'm good. Councillor Dunn, you had a question on corporate services. Did you get what you were looking for? So are we okay moving right to tab 5 then? Everybody's good? Okay, so let's go to tab 5, and I'll turn it over to our CAO to give us a quick overview that we'll do for each department, and we'll just go through it page by page. Starts on page 31.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, we actually will start at tab 4, which is page 27. That is the mayor and council budget overview. I was going to skip by mine, but
Okay, you first, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you, so I guess firstly, I think it's important we kick off the operating budget deliberations on a positive note. I mean, you've seen a lot of sort of elements and moving parts, and the changing environment in terms of funding. But I guess a couple of key messages going into this. Number one, the base budget right now as proposed, and after your work with respect to the other budgets, we're below our financial plan target, and we're still able to, in my mind, sort of advance our programs and services, maintain our service levels. So, I think it's important that we always acknowledge that. You're going to hear from certain departments in 2020 that we are going to continue to accelerate through various investments, whether it's capital, sort of out in the communities, buildings, roads. You saw some of that last week, but also through our operating budget. We're continuing to fund those programs that really help support those core services that residents are relying on. So in my mind, I think we're really going in with a good, responsible, affordable budget that balances sort of our objectives and needs. And so with that, I'm going to start with the Mayor and Council budget, page 27 in your budgets. I don't need to tell you, it's you, but you now have a full year under your belt as the new council. You know, I'll say for the public's perspective, we've decreased the size of council by half from the previous term to this term. And already you as a group have been off and running and doing a number of things, not only to keep the ship sort of running and informing sort of what we're doing financially, but also some major projects. So on page 29 of the budget summary, we talk a little bit about the strategic plan, which we're hoping to bring forward very soon to you. In fact, we'll be launching it December 10th next week, and then hoping to finalize that and get approval for it in January. But what I really think is good about that is it's really you putting your priorities as this term of council forward and a plan in order to execute and accomplish them. Also, right away in this term of council, you've done a number of what I term accessible government sort of initiatives. So looking at the way of how we do business, council business in particular, whether that's meetings that have been in other communities, and quite frankly, it's been unprecedented already, just with 1 year under your belt. I think we've been at 4 other communities and locations for various council meetings, whether it was in Janetville or Bobcaygeon, Fenelon Falls. I hope I didn't miss any, but Little Britain was a special council meeting as well. And I think this council is committed to continue to do that, and I think we're seeing dividends already. Attendance at those meetings is up, getting great feedback in terms of just helping to inform decisions. So that's certainly something that I know you're committed to keep doing. We now had our first year where we had an elected deputy mayor, and Deputy Mayor Elmsley filled that role excellent. It was really uncharted waters, and certainly not only were you doing the typical sort of acting mayor role, but really took on sort of outreach into the community and focused on roads this year. And I'm not going to steal his thunder. That's going to come forward to you in the coming weeks in terms of the results of that. But I think it was a great way to, or another venue and a voice of council getting out into different communities and just reaching a different group of stakeholders. And committee of the whole meetings, probably to me, the single biggest change that we've got a lot of positive feedback on, just simply having more informal information exchanges, or it is a venue where constituents can come and complain, state their case, or try to influence, some of council decisions, but in a less formal, more interactive environment. And certainly, again, we've heard a lot of good positive comments, at least, that venue is available and that it is a way to access you and access decisions. One of the other major areas that we're seeing a lot of momentum, and we want to continue on through council, is championing those sort of major transformational projects, whether they're big private sector investments in the community, whether they're utilities, investing and expanding locally, or it's you lobbying the government, or us lobbying the government by extension. That role is critical, and certainly you've jumped in and taken on that task admirably. I'm not even going to say it, on a number of fronts. Yes, thank you. But again, whether it's sort of a focus on or making a high priority on investment in job creation, and whether that's through our development charges or otherwise, you know that we are gaining great momentum in investments in natural gas, in broadband expansion and service locally, or whether it's even areas that we're funding and improving, like recruitment and retention for health practitioners, or working with our college or some of our other partners like the hospital on the emerging health teams. Again, collectively, I think council has really sort of taken a strong focus on that and in its important role. Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to go into any detail in terms of the budget. Year over year, you're basically sort of at budget with some modest savings, and I will leave it at that. And if you had any comments or questions, happy to answer.
I'll just add that, you know, I basically put this budget together based on the historical trends, and this being our first year in 2019 of a reduced council, a lot of the 2019 budget was estimates because I didn't know how the spending and mileage and such would work out. So we didn't put as much savings in the 2019 budget as, you know, as we probably could have. And you're seeing some of that adjustment now that we're into it a year later. Keep in mind, in 2019 was the first year as well that our EA went under the clerk's budget. So it came out of, so where you're seeing employee paid benefits and such, that's kind of been rolled up into the salaries and wages for council, one line item. So that's where you're seeing the decrease. So I think this 2020 budget much more accurately affects moving forward for council what our general expenses will be year over year over year. So we've increased the mileage a little bit just based on some of the feedback we've got and some of the expense accounts that are coming in. There's a considerable amount of travel with the increase in the ward sizes, but we're saving in salaries and benefits with obviously the reduced council. So it just fine tunes what we started, I think, in 2019, finalizes it in 2020, and then we should be much more consistent moving forward. That's just my overview. Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
Just a couple of quick ones. The budget 2019, that is a budget number. Do we know how close we are on that number? Is that a fairly close budget number, or? Okay, that's fine, and that's fine. Like, I don't need an answer right now, but I am curious. The other thing is, under public relations, could you give me an example? I just don't know what that means.
I could do that, Ron.
Okay.
Yeah,
right,
that's
sure.
that's a budget that council's traditionally approved basically for the mayor's office.
Okay.
And sometimes it's our lunch that we need between meetings. We budget out of that. We supply wreaths to all the Remembrance Day services every year. They send us a bill. Christine sends out money so they can each buy a new wreath on behalf of the city. Some miscellaneous ads that we do, and some sponsorships and stuff, but that's what rolls under that. Yep, that's been there for a few years, and it covers some of those incidental expenses in that regard. Any other questions under that? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So now we're at tab 5, page 31. So if it's your preference, would you prefer to sort of go through each sort of division, if you will, or do you want a broad overview of the whole department? We'll go through the pages and then answer any questions sort of at the end of each department section.
I think if it's okay, and I would prefer just to go through each page, just sort of a quick overview. That way, if there's any questions that jumps up, we can try to match it in with some of the questions from the question and answer sheet. So if you can just do it by department and, just go fairly slow. And if anybody has anything, we can just jump up at that time.
Great. Okay, thank you. So page 31. The first is a department overview, which really just highlights sort of which divisions make up the CAO's department. So we have the Office of the City Clerk. Within that office is the Municipal Law Enforcement and Licensing Office. We have Legal Services, the Office of Strategy Management, and then what's not as separate, but as part of the department, we have General Administration, which would include myself and some other staff. So that's how the breakdown is. Turning to page 32. So I'll keep going unless you, okay. On page 32, we talk about some of the highlights for 2020, where we're heading. Some are already active. And of course, the list could be much longer, but I appreciate in the essence of time, we'll try to keep it tight. So the big one in my mind being I mentioned about council adopting a strategic plan and really informing that blueprint over the 4 years. But now the task is going to be, once that's approved, to develop an action plan with it and actually implement those actions. And so we'll be doing that with in-house resources, facilitating it, but then also doing it right across every department and throughout our divisions and all of our staff. So that's going to be an exciting direction that we're going to be going in 2020. We also continue to have a focus, whether it's through our realty services or general legal services, but again, also citywide, is looking at the continued review and rationalization of our city lands, whether they're surplus, whether they should be repurposed, whether they should be redeveloped for municipal purposes, or whether they should be surplused and sold. And that would be the same for buildings, whether they're, again, deemed surplus, or just looking at constantly maximizing efficiencies with respect to our physical buildings and spaces. In 2020, we're required by legislation by the end of 2020 to complete a community safety and well-being plan. That is a direction that came out of the previous provincial government, and it's been fine-tuned. And so we'll be looking at facilitating a process to develop that plan in partnership with our 2 police services, our human services department, and then other third-party not-for-profits that would contribute to that plan development. We are going to continue to execute our electronic documents record management program. It's a multi-year program, and as you can appreciate, we still have pre-amalgamation records even, and then sort of post that we're looking at converting electronically and really updating how we manage our records, both for our purposes and then also for public access. And one of the ones that isn't listed there, but we're going to talk about it at the decision units, is there's funding currently, and then also application-based funding for modernization reviews. And going back to Councillor Dunn's even questions about the decision units, and if it may be areas that we want to review in 2020 and potentially even leverage some of those provincial grant funds that are out there right now. And I'll talk a little bit later when we get to the decision units what those look like. But I think it's going to be a year of almost revisiting some of our core services and really looking and auditing certain programs and functions.
Okay,
I'll
just
stop
had a
there.
quick question. Councillor Ashmore?
To the director, just a question on page 31, legal services. There was a mention before in the previous speaker, Director Stover, that there was to be an addition to that. Is that included in the decision units, or a staff member for legal services, or is that for realty as well?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll detail through the divisions the proposed positions, but you are correct. There is a proposed 1.5 FTE increase proposed in legal services. And why don't I detail it in that division, what that is about, if you're okay with that.
Okay, Councillor Dunn?
Mayor, that was part of my question. Page 35, I think we're up there now, are we not?
No, we're not
Well,
there
then
yet.
I'll come
No.
back. All right, there we go.
Okay, Councillor Riley?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ron. You talked generally about the modernization fund. You going to talk more specifically about where the possibilities where it can be used and which departments, and perhaps an overall overview?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we'll highlight that, if it's okay, when we get to the decision units. Some that are aligned with those decision units, and others that we're recommending and pursuing some application-based funding already, if you're okay with that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So on page 33, we outline as a department our personnel breakdown, and you'll see, as was mentioned, we're proposing across all of the department a 2.5 FTE increase, 1.5 of that being in the legal division, the other 1 being in the clerk's division. And when I get to those divisions, I appreciate there was some questions posed through the Q&A. I'll highlight those, and then if I need to elaborate, please throw your hand up and I'll be happy to answer them. Page 34 is the overall org chart for my department, the CAO's department. So I'm going to get into now the specific budget lines. I should have, and I apologize, Mr. Mayor, I should have sort of acknowledged that throughout the departments, we're hoping that other leaders within the respective departments can pop in. I mean, obviously realizing we don't have set times, but I know that through the CAO's department, Robin Carlson is our solicitor. She heads up the legal services, and you're going to hear a number of those other programs as well. And our clerk, Kathy Ritchie, heads up the clerk's division, obviously. And within that division is our MLEO-L office, I think, MLEL office, law and licensing. And our manager, Aaron Sloan, is here. And I want to make sure I don't... We've got a cross-section from all the departments, but from the CAO's department, we had a few of our leaders attend as well today. They'll nudge me, I'm sure, if I'm saying something wrong throughout. Page 35. So this is the overall department summary, and really then talks about what are the pressures. So the overall budget is an increase. Originally, when the budget was produced, of $800,000. I'm going to talk about in the divisions, but you'll recall the mayor already moved those $277,000 in savings. A good portion of those came through sort of our trending and looking at some of our line items. So I'll highlight that when I get into the divisions. But some of the pressures are outlined there. We have proposed staffing, which I mentioned, which I'll talk about. There was also an increase to our 2020 insurance premiums. That was an expense pressure. And then one of the things that we've been doing across the entire city, my department no exception, is looking at our historical trends for revenues year over year and trying to right-size those budgets so that at year end, we're not doing a surplus deficit exercise, that we're trying to make it more of a true budget in year. So some of the revenues that we're proposing as forecasted are in alignment with the last 3 years of historic trends actual in those respective budgets. And page 36 then talks about the expense side of the entire department.
Ron, I just got a quick question, if you can.
And
Go ahead, Pat.
37.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, just a quick question. The 235 for reduction in insurance premiums, does that reflect the additional $50,000 that we just put in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 235 is, we got the actual premiums confirmed about 2 weeks ago. So that was inserted as sort of a savings that we were forecasting or budgeting. So this is we've already reflected in the base budget that there is a net 235 reduction, but there's still an increase in the overall net premiums from 2019.
Okay, well,
It's just not as painful.
when we approved the removal of $277,000 from the budget, there was a $50,000 insurance item line in there, and I'm wondering, does the 235 reflect that 50,000 or not?
It reflects it. It does, so it should be a net.
So the 235 is an increase to our insurance premiums, correct? And you've since adjusted 50,000 off of that? Is that what we've done?
Correct. So
Okay.
what's
Okay.
in the book is not reflective of the 277 that we just approved.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I was, page 36 and 37 was the overall department budget summary on the expenses side. If there's no questions, I'll go right into then the individual divisions. So page 38 outlines CAO department administration, and then you'll see the corresponding budget on page 39. I think I'll draw your attention to sort of just the overall from a budgeting standpoint. Sharpened our pencils, so we're hoping that we are coming in slightly lower than our 2019 budgeted amount. So that's the budget for the administration. No questions on that. The page 40 then is the org chart for the CAO Department Clerks Division. So you'll see that is the existing org chart, and on page 41, you'll see the division-specific budget there. Similarly, the overall net budget recommended is a very modest, less than 3% overall increase. Now, having said that, I'm going to, if you don't mind, the MLEO budget is next, but sort of falls under the same. And because you made the one decision about some of the reductions on the 277, these two budgets are actually coming in at 2019 levels. So they would be coming in at 0%.
Yep, Councillor Dunn had a
Yeah,
question.
on page, I'm looking for the proposed additional personnel, like it was 1.5 going to go to law and clerk, or law and property realty, and the other one was going to the clerk. Is that included in this budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, those positions are included in the base budget.
Okay, I don't see it there. That's
I'm
why.
good. I think we're all one page away.
Okay. all right.
Sorry.
That's good.
So the general clerk's office, the complement will remain the same. In the MLEO office, so that would be page 42 and 43. So on 42, you'll see a highlighted municipal law and licensing clerk. So that's a proposed 1 FTE that would round out our licensing group or division, and would be managing or supporting where we're expanding sort of in our licensing areas. So whether it be on our cannabis sort of funding, and then by extension what we're tracking in that area, short-term rentals. You've seen a lot of sort of expanded programming in that licensing area, so this would be an added resource to support that. We are proposing as part of this base budget that portions of it are funded from that cannabis reserve to align with the resource that we're trying to establish. So that's the 1 FTE. I don't know if there was, I'll just conclude though that based on the decision that you made previously, the clerk's office and MLEO were the two areas that were reduced. So where you see on page 43 a net change to the budget of 41,000, because of the decision that you made, it's actually 0. And same with the clerk's division. So they came in at 2019.
It's actually 0 even with the increased FTE to that department.
That's correct. Page 44 is the CAO Department Legal Division. I mentioned headed up by our city solicitor and is made up of a number of program areas, being our insurance and risk management, our realty services, our POA court services, as well as prosecution. And then we have some legal issues too that we deal with at times as well. I'm sure our solicitor would agree. So this is the division's budget. It is the budget that right now has probably the largest pressures going into 2020 and on a number of fronts. I think I characterized them a little bit, but I'll just walk you through very briefly. So we are looking at, or we're proposing 1.5 increase in FTEs to this particular division. One position would be an administrative assistant to support the risk management portfolio as well as the legal services portfolio, so that we can free up those one-woman shows in each program area to really focus on what they need to focus on and get that administrative support. So we're struggling in that area. The other 0.5 FTE, it wouldn't result in a new staff person. We currently have on the org chart 1 FTE prosecutor. That prosecutor, the 1 FTE, is made up of 2 staff that work at a 0.5 equivalency. So we have 2 prosecutors. Hopefully that makes sense in terms of doing half of an FTE in job. We need to, or we're proposing to increase the total FTE count there to 1.5, so that that additional work would then be shared between those two prosecutors. So we're not increasing staff, but we're increasing funding and programming and actual prosecution services in that area. So those are the positions that are proposed in legal division. I'll pause there and then happy to talk
Yep, go
about
ahead,
others.
Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, that explanation was clear as mud. So you had 2 prosecutors working half days roughly.
We originally had one doing full-time.
Okay.
We then hired a second prosecutor and job shared, so you're absolutely right. We currently have 2 prosecutors doing a 50.5 work. So there was no change to the budget last year because it was an FTE equivalent. What we're proposing in 2020 is increasing the total hours to be shared with those 2 prosecutors. So in theory, it would be 2 staff doing 0.75 now
Okay, all right.
of the work
I
in the
got you.
simplest
I
terms.
got you, all right. And the work justifies that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest the work more than justifies it. And I would also just caution that we may be also looking down the pipe at some modest provincial downloads over time in terms of prosecution work, so.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo?
Thank you, and through you, I understand the extra hours and prosecution and all that stuff. So why are we dropping our revenues so drastically when we're putting more efforts into prosecution? We're dropping $405,000, and in previous pages, we're taking $300,000 out of fine revenues. So like, where's the offset? It seems to go in 2 different directions.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll characterize it sort of generally because the revenues is the next piece. And it would really transcend not just the legal services, if you will, but also realty services in some of the projected budget. So I'll start sort of generally with revenue. So as I mentioned before, we're trying to true up our historic revenues. In your decision unit that you already passed, now that we've got the 3rd quarter and we're into 4th quarter for some of the POA fines and revenue, part of your 277 reduction was a forecasted increase in some of those revenues. So we've already trued up the budget to some extent. In realty services, the issue isn't revenues coming in. You'll recall we've had proactive land sales over many years now. In the past, we have been able to, as part of that, those land sales, we also attribute a portion of the work or the revenues to offset the operations or day-to-day of realty services. Council has opted to take those revenues and put them in reserves in the simplest term for future property investments. So you're seeing a little bit of an operating pressure or a reduction in the revenue. So that's just sort of one dynamic that's shifted and changed. The positive is on the other side, they're starting to ramp up some of the internal leasing that we do for some buildings and looking for some revenues there. Maybe with that, I don't know if the solicitor has anything to add.
We had reduced the revenue in the provincial offenses subdivision, if you will, just to reflect the historical trends. So it seemed like every year for the last 3 or more years that we were anticipating greater revenues than we actually received. Most of those were fines through Highway Traffic Act. So we trued that up so that we would come closer to what we had projected. But then we're also seeing an increase in the amount of time a prosecutor spends on a file in not HTA or Highway Traffic Act, but in some of the bylaws that we've passed recently, like the soil storage and grading and fill bylaws, as well as we've had increased enforcement in the areas of zoning bylaws, as well as encroachment bylaw enforcement. So these are, in some cases, new bylaws. In some cases, they're enhanced bylaws. And in some cases, we're just enforcing bylaws to a greater extent than we have before to enhance customer service delivery. That's had a great impact on the amount of hours that a prosecutor spends on a file. because the amount of evidence that's required for those prosecutions is a lot more complex than it is for just your regular Highway Traffic Act type of prosecutions.
So fines for Highway Traffic Act are not necessarily going down, they're just more of a accurate historical trend, is that correct?
That's correct. They seem to have been reduced for several years now.
So we can't blame the OPP.
I guess you could blame whoever you want, but let's not do that.
Councillor Ashmore, you had a quick question?
Through you to CAO. Just a question on the administrative assistant for the insurance risk management. How does that work when the insurance risk management court officer is moved upstairs and she shares it with the strategy management employees? So there's, where does the extra employee fit in, like logistically? Do you have to move that person to another location to accommodate the new AA, administrative assistant?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So what you were describing or characterizing is actually our temporary sort of space planning as part of our City Hall renovations and improvements. But downstairs where the risk management office is, we're actually expanding that space to bring our realty services group, this proposed position, as well as our risk manager, all in one working area in City Hall. Obviously to meet this demand, and then also knowing that we are abandoning or leaving 12 Peel Street, and our realty services group currently operates out of there. So temporary circumstances, we hope to have everybody under one roof early in 2020.
Okay, we're good. Further question? Go ahead.
Just, we're talking provincial offenses. I was wondering, we're gonna get a report on photo radar that was recently approved by the province. Anybody?
We're getting a report on photo radar. Go ahead.
I didn't see it in my work plan for 2020. I'm happy to look at it. I'm not sure. I mean, we're tracking obviously what's coming out of the province, legislation changes on all fronts. So if it triggered something on our service levels, we would be bringing that back automatically. But certainly if it's an area that you want a review, I mean, I can sort of take that as sort of direction that you're looking for information now, or you can formalize it in a review in 2020, whatever your preference is.
No, I think it's pretty new, so it's just very recent, so. Might just be a way of increase in revenues for 2021.
Yeah, I heard something about it in circumstances, so maybe let it roll out the rest of the year, and then maybe in the spring we can, the new year, we'll bring forward a memo and have it looked at further. Thanks. Any further questions on that? On the CEO's council? No? Okay. Is that all you have? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We're going to move over to item 9.2 is community services, tab 6 and 7. I guess the library falls under that as well. So you'll give us a quick overview, or if there's any questions on that area. So Director Shanks, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I will follow along with CEO Taylor and just walk through the community services section of the budget book. So starting on page 47, and again, I'm not going to dwell too much on things. You've heard it numerous times, and it is there in the book, but the department overview. So there is 4 specific divisions within community services, that being the Community Services Administration and Courier Services. We basically deal with the overall management and budgeting of all the divisions, city courier systems, various community funding programs, as well as dealing with the long-range needs and feasibility planning and ensuring that those needs and goals match with and align with the corporate strategy. The Building and Property Division, which is basically responsible for facility services management and all the services that are encompassed within those facilities. Our Customer Services Division, which is responsible for managing those customer services and the staff and the services that relate to those facilities. And the largest of the 4 divisions is the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Services Division, which also includes cemeteries, and they're basically responsible for all of our recreational facilities, the variety of parks that we have, as well as the various programs that take place in our parks and facilities, and a number of funding programs. And as the CAO Taylor mentioned, a number of staff are here, and as I move through the budget book into the specific divisions, I will identify the management team that is here. The focus of this year's budget was, as mentioned, is to budget to priorities. So we're really looking at a number of our capital plans that are out there, some of the specific large ones being the Arena Capital Plan, specific to the Ops Community Center, as well as some major park developments, so Bobcaygeon Beach Park, as well as Logie Park. We're looking specifically at a number of specific items, such as records retention policy, as well as the various required staff training that is out there. On page 49, you'll see the personnel breakdown of the Community Services Division. A number of specific items that are in there that you'll notice and will be spoken about as we proceed through the budget book. So you'll see in administration, there's been a decrease of 2.61 positions. While that's a decrease in the Community Services Department, it's not a decrease to the overall city full-time equivalency, as that's specific to the crossing guards, and that's been transferred over to our Engineering and Corporate Assets Department. There is 2 positions, full-time positions, that have been added to the organizational chart, and I know there was a question on one of them, and again, we'll speak to it as we get down through the specific divisions, but the overall general decrease in full-time equivalency within the Community Services Department is represented by a decrease of 0.61. Page 50 and 51 are the overall organizational chart for the department. And again, I'm not going to focus on those specific pages because when we get into the individual divisions, there's an organizational chart of them within the budget book as well. A quick overview on page 52 of the department budget summary. 2020 is predominantly a status quo budget. You'll see, as I mentioned, the crossing guard program has been transferred over to Engineering and Corporate Assets, which is approximately $112,000. There's a number of increases to the community services budget that is found predominantly in the building and property division, and that relates to a number of facilities that have either new facilities to the city or facilities that has transferred over to building and property over the past 12 months. There's also been a number of reductions made to various contracts throughout the budget that you can see as well. In total, the Community Service Department has over 250 full-time, part-time, and seasonal staff. Gross expenditures are approximately $15 million, with revenues of $5 million and expenses of approximately $10 million. As we move into the budget detail, so page 53, and this is the overall departmental budget. So a few quick items to highlight. So you'll see first line in the user charges, licenses, and fines revenues. Registration fees are down approximately $177,000. The majority of that is through corporate memberships as a result of our largest corporate membership vacating the city, going to a different location, that being Sir Sanford Fleming College, and the corporate membership that we provide to their students at that location. Under the Parks and Rec rental fees, you'll see a reduction of approximately $43,000. And what that predominantly is, or really is all, is with the city's decision to renovate and refurbish the Ops Community Center. The original plan was to renovate and refurbish the existing footprint. In order to do that, it would have meant we would have had to close down the facility after the 2019-2020 season. So that is recognizing a reduction of 50% of the ICE revenues that were going to be generated at that facility. A quick note on that is council is also aware that a grant opportunity came open to the city, which we applied for the complete construction of a new facility. If that grant is realized, that will mean that we don't need to close the existing facility, and that revenue reduction will not need to be realized, and the revenue line will be up. But until we know such time that grant has been approved, we don't want to put those revenues in there. The next two lines being facility rental and leases, so 62,000 reduction. Predominantly, the largest portion of that is through Aqua vacating their lease at the Bobcaygeon Service Center. And then the next one being licenses, and that 25,000 is all related to the reduction of revenues through dog tag sales because of the new system that the city put in place where there's now a lifetime sale as compared to an annual sale. On page 54, and there was a question on this one from the Q&A section, the professional fees, first line under contracted services, you'll see a major reduction of $860,000, and it was stated in the Q&A that's directly related to the removal of the special projects budget from the operating fund. Now we'll move into the specific divisions. So on page...
Craig, if I can just...
Sorry, if there is any
no,
questions.
That's okay. Councillor Richardson had a question about the decrease in professional fees, so that's what you've just covered?
Correct. So on page 56, we'll move into the specific divisions. So you'll see the organizational chart for Community Services Administration. So that's the area that really is my home base as the director of the department. And we've got the executive assistant, Leanne Donnelly, here today. And Leanne truly oversees not just the budget for my office, but as well the overall departmental budget, and certainly very thankful to Leanne for that. And you've seen Leanne at a number of the past budget meetings, whether it was the Fenelon Falls public meeting or the capital budget meeting of a few weeks ago as well. There's really no specific changes to the division budget that hasn't already been identified. The question posed by Councillor Richardson that was adjacent to the one on page 54 is shown under contracted services there, and that's why you'll see the $852,000 reduction there. So that's the line item within the specific divisional budget that relates to the overall departmental one. Any questions?
I just have a question on the revenue reduction for the arena for ops.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, that will come when we get to
Okay.
the actual Parks and Rec divisional budget. That was just right now the administration. And the next one is the Parks and Rec one. So you'll see on page 58 and 59, as it is a very large division, the organizational chart has been spread over 2 pages. And you will see the new position that I highlighted previously, the full-time position of cemetery and trail crew leader, which is highlighted at the bottom of page 58. The important thing to note of that position is there is no direct cost from a tax levy perspective. That is being fully funded through the reduction in predominantly contract costs for trails maintenance, as well as some snowplow clearing to fund that position. So there is basically a 0% tax impact on the increase of the full-time equivalency for that. As we relate into the budget of that division, which is on pages 60 and 61, again, you'll see the total revenue down by roughly $244,000. And those are those 2 specific areas that I talked about, being the reduction in revenues from the corporate membership of Sir Sanford Fleming College, as well as the potential lost revenue of approximately 50% for the Ops Community Center rentals if we need to renovate and refurbish the existing footprint of that facility. That pretty much covers...
Councillor Dunn had a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, before you move on.
Yeah, just a curiosity question. Your cemetery and trail crew leader, what does he do?
Or she?
Or she, whichever, yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council. So you've heard during CAO Taylor's presentation about the various risk management that the city needs to take on. We have a significant risk with our trails. It's got a number of users, as well as with the vast number of playgrounds and cemeteries that we have. So they're going to do a number of those inspections for us. In the wintertime, because they won't be doing a lot of those inspections, we will be using them similar to what we use the arborists and the horticulturalists for, and they will in fact plow some of the parking lots of some of our recreation facilities that we have, and that comes in the reduction of the contracted services costs, which allows us to fund this position. But they'll be doing the inspections of the various properties that we have that are required through legislation. That's the biggest portion of their job.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify on the Ops Arena? I'm not sure if you renovate it, you're going to lose the community room, some of the revenue, but if you build a new one, you're not? I mean,
So-
does it not have to close if we build a new one, or?
To you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So the original proposal way back in April of 2019 out at the Little Britain Community Centre that the city chose to do was proceed with renovation and refurbishment of the existing facility. So that's what we proceeded down that path with. And in order to do that, that would be closing the entire facility, basically after the 2019-2020 season, which would result in lost revenues for basically half the year of the entire facility, whether it was hall rental or ice revenues, as well as then for the following year of 2021, which we're not there yet. When the grant opportunity came available to us, the architect that the city had hired through previous project put together a number of proposals for us that dealt with the renovation and refurbishment of the existing facility, as well as the potential to build a brand new facility. That's what we've proposed, which council has accepted. That's the grant that we put in. If in fact that's successful, well, that's going to be built on the same property. It will be built on a different footprint than the existing facility. So we will be able to simultaneously operate the existing facility while we're building a new one. And then there will be a seamless transition from the old one to a new one with no lost revenues.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, thank you, through you. Again, on the ops, my question is, wouldn't those user groups just go to the other arenas?
Through the mayor to the councillor, they would, but it's still the revenues wouldn't be, if we were to go that route of renovating and refurbishing the existing one, the revenues for that specific facility would drop. So that's why you're seeing those. There are some additional revenues in some of the other facilities to make up for that, but we don't believe it will be the full amount. While the minor hockey groups that use that facility would go to other facilities, we've been advised that there might be some of the adult groups that would either choose to take a year off or would choose to lessen their use or would choose probably to disband completely rather than go to a different facility.
Councillor Riley?
Just a quick question, on the cemeteries, how many, we inherit a number of cemeteries each year. Is that included in our budget with the maintenance and all the added responsibilities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that we do inherit a number of cemeteries throughout the year as per the Cemetery Act. The municipality has no choice. So while this doesn't include the increase of any cemeteries, because we don't know that going in, a lot of times the cemeteries that come to us are of very minimal cost because they're not active cemeteries, and as well any of the existing revenues that are associated with that come with it as well. So the impacts from an operational standpoint are very minor in year, but we do budget for that moving forward. And before I move on any further, I did neglect to mention that our manager of Parks, Recreation and Culture, Jen Johnson, is in attendance as well today.
Thank you. Good?
Would she like a question or two? Is that what you're suggesting?
It doesn't look like it. Go ahead.
The next item, so on page 62, is the organizational chart for our customer service division. And the manager of that division is Leanna Thornberry, and Leanna is currently off on leave. And you've heard me mention Leanne Donnelly earlier. Very thankful that Leanne has also accepted the acting role of manager of customer services while Leanna is off on leave. So greatly appreciate Leanne's assistance in that area as well. And you'll see from the budget for that specific division on page 63, it truly is status quo, and with the exception of the $25,000 reduction in user charges, licenses, and fees, which I mentioned earlier were related to dog tags, there's really nothing other specific to that budget I feel that needs talked to. So no questions. The last division is our building and property division, and the manager of that, Jorg Peterson, is also in attendance today. And the org chart on page 64, you will see that's the second addition to our overall org chart and full-time equivalency, and that's for a supervisor of facility management operations. So you will see previously, directly beside that in the org chart, a supervisor of capital projects delivery. That was added a number of years ago. And with the increase in the number of facilities that fall within the building and property portfolio, as well as just the general expanse of the city and how spread out the number of facilities that we manage are, from a need standpoint of both existing as well as new, it is much more efficient and much more better operations to have that supervisor position. The other thing to mention on that specific position is similar to the Parks and Rec position. There is no general tax levy increase for this position. We're using existing funds to fund the wages for that position. So there is no increase to the overall budget for that specific position. So as you go down to the budget itself, you'll see the decrease in user charges, licenses, and fees of approximately $50,000. And as mentioned earlier, the big majority of that, the big bulk of that, is from the Aqua lease expiring at the Bob Cajun Service Center, which, as council is aware, we plan to use and relocate the Bob Cajun Library branch into in the coming future. I don't think there's anything else within the specific budget lines that need addressing, unless there's any specific questions.
Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, just a real easy one. Can you highlight the savings, like where you found the savings?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So this is very similar to how the engineering and corporate assets department budgets for some of their staff that relate to capital budgets, in that the wages are drawn directly out of approved capital budgets. The Building and Property Division Community Services never previously did that. So what we do is now, as proposed here, is to fund the capital-related positions through the existing capital projects, use that then offset of the operating dollars that we don't need to fund this position.
Okay, any further questions for Director on those areas? Great, thank you very much, appreciate it. We'll just keep going at this point. We'll move in.
You mentioned before about the library. We can
Oh, the library.
speak to the decision units.
Did you want to, sorry, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
And while the library board is independent from Community Services Division, the CAO, Jamie Anderson, who is here today as well, we still consider part of our management team within Community Services. So and I know that Jamie was here previously and made a presentation to council. If there is any specific questions of Jamie on the library board budget, I know he is here and he is open to any specific questions.
Yes, and we had, the business case was presented by Jamie for a library manager. That is included in our decision units that we'll deal with at the end after we go through every department. It is not currently included in the base budget. So we would have to add it in. So that we'll deal with as a decision unit. Is there any questions while Jamie's here on, or Craig, on the library budget? Other than that, it seems pretty straightforward. Nope, we're good? Okay, thank you. So we'll move into 9.3 is corporate services. Jennifer Stover's back. Welcome.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd be sick of me by now, but maybe not.
We're not. We love when you come and present to us. I'm just going to say after this, we're going to take a quick break. So I know there's some development services people here, but we'll take a 5-minute break after your presentation. Go ahead.
Sure. So if you turn to tab 8, page 71 is the start of the corporate services budget. Our budget is comprised of 5 different divisions and very diverse divisions, providing primarily internal support to the organization. So we have our Treasury Department led by Carolyn Danes, Human Resources led by Leanna Patterson, Information Technology by Carrie Clavin, and Communications, Advertising, and Marketing by Sherry Davidson. Our one exception to the internal customer within corporate services is our Rev and Tax Division that's led by Linda Liotti, and I think with the exception of Leanna, they are all in this room somewhere. So our priorities for 2020 is really the execution of a people strategy. Previously, we had an HR management strategy. It was very internally focused to our HR department, and through some work that's been done with the Office of Strategy Management, Strat Plan has a pillar of effective people, and so we're really looking at that document from a new lens and making it a document that's inherent for every employee in the organization, not specific to HR. and it ties nicely into our employee engagement that we're doing. Our communications, advertising, and marketing is going to continue with the execution of their strategy. We'll be coming forward in the new year with an update to the long-range financial plan and really looking at the fiscal sustainability of the organization. Within the IT division, they're working in conjunction with the clerk's office on the electronic documents records management system, and that's being rolled out throughout the organization. And the one budget to priority item that's not listed on here that I think is worth mentioning is the budget. Along with my colleagues here in the room, we start this process in May, and as you know, it continues till December, so it really consumes a lot of our time, not just in corporate services, but throughout the organization. And I'll take the moment to thank Carolyn and Sherry Anderson, who's upstairs, I believe, for all their efforts, and they're the ones that put this book together primarily and get it out, so I appreciate that. So turning to page 72 is our personnel breakdown and our org chart. There is one addition proposed for 2020, and that is the addition of a new payroll supervisor. We currently have 2 staff doing payroll, and they cannot do the payroll without overtime and significant overtime. It's putting the organization in a position of risk. If those employees are off sick, they actually come in to make sure the payroll gets done. They can't take vacation during payroll weeks. In addition, we have Victoria Manor is currently using a separate payroll system, hired a third party to process their payroll. So with the addition of this new resource, we'll be able to bring Victoria Manor payroll into the city's payroll and generate some savings through that. So that's the only addition on our org chart. If we turn to page 74, this is the overview of the corporate services budget. The net increase comparing to 2019 is $167,000 roughly. That's primarily sitting in salaries and benefits for our staff. You'll see a number of items were reduced. We sharpened our pencil, looked at what our actual costs have been in the past, and made sure that our budgets were aligned with what our actual expenditures were. So we were able to reduce over $100,000 there. And the main increase in our budget for 2020 is under technology contracted services. You'll see an increase of $381,000. That's stemming from 2 things. So historically, the individual departments were budgeting for their own software increases, so software licensing. For the 2020 budget, we felt it made sense to bring that in-house into IT, as they're the management oversight of all the systems. So that increase is really coming from all the other departments' budgets being reduced and being added into this budget. And you'll see that at the bottom of the page where we have reallocate computer software of $215,000. That's reconciling the amount that we took from the other departments and brought into the corporate services budget. I believe there was a question on this from Councillor Elmsley on our overall budget as it relates to our expenditures being significantly lower than the budget, or actuals being significantly lower than the budget. That stems from a couple of things. Within the corporate services budget is the WSIB expenditures for the organization. So in the past, we've seen some significant increases in WSIB. In 2018, they actually came in lower than budget, so that's making up part of that difference. In addition, the electronic document records management system, there's some expenditures in the corporate services budget related to that, and that project didn't start as early in 2018 as we anticipated, so there was some savings there as well. Did that answer your question, Councillor Elmsley? Okay. If we turn to page 76, this is the budget specific to the executive division within corporate services or administration. It's a minor increase there of less than $7,000. Salary and wages and benefits increasing just from movement through the grid. And as I indicated, we sharpened our pencil and were able to remove $10,000 from our material supplies and services budget. If you turn to page 78, this is the budget for human resources, where again we have that one new position being added. This budget's increasing by $90,000, which is entirely being stemmed from that new position coming in. and movement through the grid within the existing staff. If you turn to page 80, the budget for communications, advertising, and marketing, you see two increases there, salaries and benefits again. Materials and supplies, that increase of 23,000 is related to Jump In, the software tool that we're using to be able to go out and survey to the community and get some engagement happening. There's an annual cost associated with that, so that's part of the 23,000. In addition, the communications department, and I may be describing this wrong, so hopefully Sherry Davidson is nodding her head in the right direction as I speak about this. Within communications, advertising, and marketing, they gather a number of video files, photographs, all those things that they need to use for communications and advertising. Part of that 23,000 is some software that'll help us store that data and make it more accessible and user-friendly so that when people are looking for documents, digital documents, that we're able to retrieve them more quickly and accessibly. On page 82 is the budget for the Treasury Division. Minor change there, again, all in salaries and wages and benefits. The rest, we're seeing a reduction. Page 84, budget for revenue and taxation. Seeing a minor increase there of $2,800. Again, we were able to sharpen our pencil and make sure that those costs were coming down. So no significant changes there. Page 86 is the IT division budget. Again, not a significant increase, only $6,400, but you do see that large item under contracted services, the increase of $371,000, and that's the transfer of software and licensing costs coming from other divisions into IT. That's our budget, very quickly.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Pretty straightforward. You had a question on the payroll. Did you get what you were looking for, Councillor?
I had a couple of questions, and they're both answered on the Q&A form.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question?
Through you to Director, maybe it's been answered, but on page 78, supervisor of payroll, would that person be responsible for the whole city payroll or just for human resources payroll, this new position?
The payroll is for the entire city, falls within the HR division. So as I had indicated, our current two payroll administrators are incurring significant overtime to get the payroll done. We're not able to make any improvements. We're at risk, quite honestly. If something was to happen to one of them, there's a strong likelihood we wouldn't be able to get payroll out the door. And so that addition of the supervisor will add some resiliency into there, but will also allow us to take on the Victoria Manor payroll, which is currently the only outsourced city payroll.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. And we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll come back and deal with development services. There's something about 5 minutes I don't quite get. Okay, we'll move into item 9.4, which is development services. We'll get an overview from our director, Chris Marshall. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. The Development Services Department is made up of 4 divisions. We have the Building Division, which is responsible to ensure regulatory compliance with the Building Code Act and Ontario Building Code for construction and demolition. It also includes the Part 8 sewage systems. And today we have Suzanne Murchison, our Chief Building Official from the Building Department, and Ann Helmhurst, who is here, who's the Part 8 manager. In our Economic Development Department, it's responsible for working with to enhance the city's economy. And on the manager of the Economic Development is Rebecca Mustard, who is here. In our mapping and GIS division, we have 2 staff right now and a third that we've just hired. We got funding for a GIS specialist. It took us a while to get that person hired, but we have offered the position. It has been accepted, and they're going to be starting in the new year. The manager of that department is James Auld. He's not here today. And our planning and development division includes responsibility for working with the public and council to develop growth policies and processes and planning applications. And we have the manager of the planning department, Richard Hawley, here. We have our supervisor of development applications, Sherry Ray, and our supervisor of planning policy, Leah Berry, is there. And Wendy Ellis isn't here today, but I forgot to introduce her last time when she was, so I'm going to just let you know that my executive assistant, Wendy Ellis, who is also part of the department. So moving on to some of our priorities, and you can vouch for me when I go back to the office that I did introduce Wendy Ellis this time, didn't forget her. So in terms of our budget priorities for this next year, we are continuing to proceed with the LPRAT proceedings, the appeals to the secondary plans. We are looking to update our city's growth management strategy. We're looking to commence work on our commercial policy review, which was discussed as part of the decision units and the last budget discussions. We're going to continue to implement the rural zoning bylaw consolidation. And we're going to be implementing a recently adopted agriculture and food action plan in the Economic Development Department, developing a tourism strategy, and in terms of the GIS department, we're looking to integrate the city's JDE systems into our GIS system and integrate CityWorks into the GIS system, and hopefully early in the new year roll out the publicly accessible maps on our website. So in total, we have 46.25 staff in the Development Services Department. Now, this particular number of staff that we have here does not include, just because it was sort of later in the game that we looked at adding a planner 1 to the planning department. Just that when we originally did the budget in June, we didn't have the kind of development pressures that we're seeing now. So a planner 1 is part of the decision list later on, and I can sort of go into further detail when we get to the planning department on that. And just also to note, just due to the pressures that we are having in terms of the development side of things, we have just recently hired somebody from the temp pool to join us in the planning department to help with the administration of all the applications we're dealing with. So moving through the department organizational charts through to the overall budget summary. Not a whole lot to talk about there. We are looking at a $68,000 tax-supported increase. Moving on to the planning and administrative side of things, the sort of main note is under grants and revenue. Sorry, this is on page 99 of your budget book. We show a $282,000 reduction in revenues. That's mainly made up of a DC transfer that we got last year that we aren't getting this year of the tune of about $160,000. And $60,000 in a line item called planning processing fees, which we had in the budget each year as revenues, but never got any revenue, so we are no longer including that item. So that makes up for the $282,000. In terms of the total revenues, you can see a deficit of $302,000. That's made up primarily of a number of the studies that were shifted over from the planning department to special projects, and so that explains the reduction there. Moving on to the economic development department, you'll see, this is on page 101, you'll see that there was a reduction in grants of $222,000. So the this is a change from the KLS spec, the small business enterprise, which I think they're the main item here, innovation. So I think it's a change in the money coming from the province. The $110,000 increase in the revenues, or decrease in revenues on under total revenue, is 2 positions in the KLS spec. So we used to have 2.5 position in the KLS spec division, or in the economic development division. The province's reduction in funding has reduced that to $110,000, which is barely enough, sort of 1 point something positions. So one of the sort of newly added positions that we've included in the decision units is funding to top up that second position in the small business enterprise. So we'd be going from 2.5 positions to a total of 2 positions due to the reduction in the funding from the province. And the transfer to external clients, the $53,000, that's the Innovation Center money. In terms of the GIS, the only thing of note there is the $96,540 that was reallocated to computer software. So the budget did go down $96,000, but that was due to the transfer over to the IT department for software. In terms of our building services department, nothing really of note there. That department is self-funded. So that wraps up the development services department. If you have any questions.
Any questions? Anyone for development services? Seeing none, we're good. Councillor Ashmore?
Director, some of the things that the employees have said that the only thing they needed were increased supplies when they go out to market, present marketing materials. Is there anything in here that gives staff more supplies and more materials when they go to a show or go to prospective investor, whatever, they get out there and they promote the city? But can we give them more tools, like more promotional materials?
Perhaps, I'm sure you're talking about economic development, so perhaps I'll leave that to Rebecca to see if she can answer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the base budget that's been presented for economic development has a modest budget for marketing and advertising the city. So it's included in the budget.
Do you feel it's adequate to do what you need to do?
For this year, it's adequate. The big event that's coming up in the city this year is the International Ploughing Match, which I think will actually take a considerable amount of time from the Economic Development Department. What that will look like now is yet to be fully determined, but majority of resources are likely going to go to the marketing and leveraging of that event, that huge event that will come to the city. So we do have an adequate amount of funds for the program this year in terms of outbound marketing, but we might look at growing that in capacity in future years.
So there's enough for tourism, there's enough for economic development besides the ploughing match, like what you continue to do every year?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that's fine.
Great, thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan?
Yes, thank you. Through you. I noticed that communications has a fairly good budget for advertising. I'm wondering, Rebecca, do they assist you with the economic development and tourism for their advertising for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we work with communications on that. The majority of funds for tourism and economic development, the actual pieces come out of the economic development budget, but we work with communications in the development side.
Okay, so no. I know what I'm trying to say is, so like your flyers and your programs and all that, that has to come on directly out of economic development.
Correct, yes. Being an economic development program, one thing that you don't see in here is particularly on the tourism side, marketing through our regional tourism organisation 8. They are great funders of the tourism program and the marketing side for Kawartha Lakes, but the way that their program works is that they pay the invoices. So we often get 50% of our advertising funded through the RTO, but that money doesn't come to the city as a typical grant and then we pay the invoices. We actually provide money to the RTO. So the tourism budget is, it looks significantly less than the actual amount that gets spent in tourism marketing and advertising.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Director, Development Services? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Sorry, just, did you want me to explain, are we going to discuss the decision unit, the extra employees?
We're going to discuss the decision units when we get to the decision units. Yep, thank you. Let's move down to 9.5 is Engineering, Director Juan Rojas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So starting on page 107, I'll just go through the 6 different divisions briefly with engineering. So all my supervisors and managers aren't here, but some of them are watching online on YouTube. So Corporate Assets Division, led by Adam Found, is responsible for long-term planning, financial planning, DCs, sort of those highlights. He does have some unique capital in solid waste and water and wastewater management. Development Services, led by Christina Sisson, works closely with our planning department for private development, consents, subdivision approval, site plans of that nature. Infrastructure Design and Construction, which is our road reconstruction overlays, major capital works, led by Corby Purdy. Again, there's an early start project that was approved by council for downtown. That's projects of those natures. Technical Services, led by Mike Farquhar, who deals with some capital, road and bridge asset management inspections and traffic warrants. And then on page 108, the Crossing Guard program, which Director Shanks mentioned earlier, was transferred over to the Engineering Division. And we have 15 part-time crossing guards throughout the city. And finally, the Kawartha Lakes Municipal Airport, which is consulted out to Lumex for the next couple of years. We've had several presentations on the process of the airport. On page 109, just some of the highlights, they're there, but the major ones are we're investing greatly in our downtown. Lindsay is underway. Phase 1 started this year, with Kent Street starting next year. We're also into detailed design of Fenton Falls, and coming up, detailed design into Omimi downtown. A lot of development activity, as Director Marshall has mentioned. We're the reviewing engineering arm of that process, in particular for the Northwest Trunk area, with several high-profile jobs or developments coming over the next couple of years. Asset management, one of the highlights is our recently passed DC study update, which I believe is coming to council on December 10th for the final bylaw. And the speed reduction program, which again, council just approved in a 3-year multi-phase approach to reduce speeds throughout the city of Kawartha Lakes. So those are some of our priority projects, not all of them, but those highlight the theme of the Engineering and Corporate Asset Department. On to page 110, there's really no change other than the 2.61 FTEs, which represents the crossing guard. You saw a reduction in Director Shanks's org chart, and this is the corresponding increase. So it's just a flow through. Page 111 is the organizational chart for the whole division. As I mentioned, the 6 departments are there with the corresponding staff to deliver those programs and services. Okay, so page 112 and 113, essentially the bottom line, we're about $41,346 above the 2019. That was prior to this afternoon's resolution on tab 17 to increase the budget by $277,000 or find efficiencies. As part of the $277,000 on tab 17, $41,000 came from engineering. That $41,000 is additional revenue from some development coming in Bethany that at the time of the budget we didn't expect to come in, but we have confirmation that that will be coming in 2020. So coincidentally, that $41,000 offset the shortfall in the $41,000, and we're at a 0% budget increase from 2019 levels.
Go Bethany.
Go Bethany. But I want to, just a point on that. So most of our revenues are from development review or DAP fee bylaws. So we've been fortunate that year over year, we've slightly increased our revenue to offset budget pressures. In an ideal situation, we would be increasing our operating budget by anywhere between 2 to 4% to account for the downside, right? So in 4 or 5 years, when our development pressures flatline or dip, we would see a significant or an increase loss of revenue. We've been fortunate for the last 3 years that hasn't been the case.
We got a question, so probably a crossing guard question. Go ahead, Councillor Helmsley.
It is indeed a crossing guard question. Is there any hope, any light at the end of the tunnel that, it doesn't make any sense to me that the crossing guards are our employees. I don't understand why they aren't employed by the school board. And is there any way we can have a discussion that would see things change so that they are no longer our responsibility?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe I answered that question in your handout. I referenced the Highway Traffic Act, section 17, subsection 1, or whatever it was, which basically has an A and B. It says they must be A, employed by the municipality, or B, we could consult it out as a third party. So similar like the airport, we've contracted the airport out to Lumex, which is a third party, but ultimately they're still under the City of Kawartha Lakes umbrella. In my understanding, in order to have the school board be the lead, you would need to amend the Highway Traffic Act to add a subsection C that says, or the school board, and that would solve the issue. But the process on amending the Highway Traffic Act, I would imagine, is long, and not something that I have jurisdiction over.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so, sorry, page 114 and 115 is again a breakdown of the budget for the engineering division. Actually, this is for development engineering, infrastructure, design, technical services, municipal drains, and crossing guards are all lumped into this budget breakdown. A couple points. So if you look at our revenues, again, most of our revenues are driven by DAP fee, development review charges. 2018, our actuals were 174. I believe we budgeted around 145, so we exceeded that. 2019, we budgeted for 152. We're going to exceed that in 2019. In 2020, I bumped it up slightly to 160, 425. I project we're going to exceed that by about 40,000. But again, I caution you, in years coming, we probably won't see that trend. It's a good news story for now, but keep in mind in a couple years that 0 to 2% increase that I have been hitting may go into 4 to 6% because we're squeezing it down in these hard budget years. Page 117 is the corporate assets operating budget, which is essentially the same as last year. There is a slight increase of 34,000, but that's due to the reallocation of the special projects. If you ignore that one, it would be at 0 or below. And then the last page, 118, is specifically for the airport. Again, we're sitting at within our target of 2019. We do have some additional revenue coming for our 8 long-term lease hangars that aren't included in this budget, which is around 16,000. We're just finalizing that revenue stream this month or this week, but that would be included as an additional revenue source for 2020. And that's the end of my section.
That's it. Any questions on engineering, corporate assets? Councillor Ashmore?
Thank you. Through you to the director. Maybe I asked this before, somebody did, but I forgot to jot it down. Page 118, what are interfunctional adjustments? Please.
So specifically for the airport budget on page 118, the majority of that has to do with property tax. So we, as the airport has its own property tax bill, it's an expense to us, but a revenue on corporate services. And there's some minor water, wastewater, they have their own water treatment or well that they have to adhere to, that there's some funds associated with that. It's basically transferring money from one department to another department.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll move on to the next one, which is emergency services. We've broken it down into a couple, so it's tab 11. First up is fire services, and then we'll do paramedics. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think we start on page 120. So basically, we did a presentation a few months ago, talked about department overview and what our priorities to budget are. I'll take you through a couple of the key ones today. Bottom line is we're required to meet the requirements of the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, of course, bring forward and implement recommendations of the Master Fire Plan each year, and a few other things. So on the bottom of page 121, we have our divisions: administration, prevention, fire area rated services. So we're requesting one change in the full-time equivalents, and as discussed earlier, it was a bit of an oversight. However, the position has been included in the base budget from day one, and I'll speak to that a little bit later on as well too. So on page 122, we have our organizational chart, and I think I sound like a broken record up here a lot of times, but I think you're well familiar with our organization. There's myself as the chief, Valerie Knights as the executive assistant, and then we have Jan, who just retired, and Lynn Edwards. And congratulations to Lynn, working with senior staff here on well, maybe I shouldn't say anything about that yet, but I don't want to misspeak. Anyways, of course, Deputy Chief Jones and Deputy Chief Raymer, and then the rest of our staff. So anyways, when we get down into our budget on page 123, so the change for 2020, the biggest change is 78,249, and that's part of the salary and wages for the full-time equivalent for the emergency planner. The next line down is 34,100, and that's for contracted services, and that is for snow removal for our fire stations. So it was because of the amount of snow events that we've had over the last few years, there's been an increase, and we discovered that we weren't budgeting enough, and in some cases we weren't budgeting at all for some of our 20 stations. So that more accurately reflects where we need to be. And interfunctional adjustments, I think basically that's just transfers from department for other services, unless Director Stover would like to speak to that. No, that's good. Okay, so a couple things on the emergency planner. I just have to run back here. I have one more piece of paper I have to grab. Excuse me for 1 sec. Thank you. So as I said, the position was included in the 2020 base budget, and it truly is based on the needs and increased demand in this service area. And one of the councillors was asking me earlier this afternoon, this position benefits all the divisions, and it will assist and facilitate the development of departmental emergency and contingency plans. Fire services, paramedic services, police services, we operate on emergency plans and contingency plans every day. It really benefits all of the other departments within and divisions within the city. And really, when an emergency occurs, it's to continue to provide good government services, the ones that we determine that are most appropriate, that core services that need to be delivered when an emergency strikes. So this position will help all the departments facilitate the development of those positions. It's been included in the 5-year city staffing plan, and it's also been a key recommendation for the past 10 years within the Master Fire Plan. And just one excerpt from the Master Fire Plan that I'd like to share with you. With climate change leading to extreme weather conditions, wildland fires, unusual pandemics, and regular annual flooding, such as we have experienced over the past few flooding seasons, this position is even more critical today, especially with the aging population within the city that is expecting higher levels of service. So I think that's all I have for fire operating, and feel free to ask any questions.
Okay, I have a quick question. Can you just, based on the emergency planner, can you tell us what it will give us that we don't already have? What will it add to what we're already doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to you and to council. We've been operating that program from the side of our desk. We meet the minimum requirements for the essential level component for Emergency Planning and Civil Protection Act. However, we can do far better. There's a lot of stress on fire resources. When something happens, it seems to be a scramble sometimes. This will help us be better prepared. We'll have solid mitigation plans in place prior to the event of emergency. This person will be dedicated to doing those things. Right now, as I said, we meet the minimum requirements, but there's a lot of room for improvement. We should have an overall enhanced program moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm not confused. I just, do we ever finish planning? As in, we're creating a full-time forever position. Are the plans ever done? Like, I guess what I'm getting at is why not bring a contractor in and, you know, take 5 years if that's what it takes. Or take 2 years, and every 10 years or every 5 years bring them back for 2. Like, why a full-time planning position? Can you sort of help me out there?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, that's a great question. The city has basically a base plan, but it's all the contingency plans, and it's the things that come up from time to time as well too. Like right now, we're working with the Pickering Nuclear Group, they're working towards recertification, and it's a plan to distribute the potassium iodine pills. So there's a huge interaction between that organization. We're bringing corporate communications into the loop. So there's those things that happen from time to time throughout the year that this person or this position would deal with, in addition to helping all the other departments with ensuring that their business continuity plans are up to date.
Yeah, I guess where I'm struggling is the in addition stuff. I belong to a couple of organizations, and every 3 years we recertify. And for the recertification project, we bring in a recertification specialist. They work with us for about 6 or 8 months, and then we go through the certification process, and then we're fine for 3 years. A full-time planner, I just have a picture of this, it becomes into a make-work project after a while. Like eventually, we've planned for floods up in Burnt River, and we've planned for whatever, for a windstorm in Lindsay that blows all the trees down, and now we have a plan in place. We don't have to continue to plan for that because we have a plan. We may want to refresh the plan. So I guess my question with this particular position. How am I going to get my money's worth out of him once he's finished? Or is he just going to keep on coming? Or she? Gotcha. Beat you. How is he or she going to justify their existence without coming up with a bunch of airy-fairy ideas just to be there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, yes, I appreciate the question, and I can assure you that there won't be any airy-fairy types of make-work initiatives happening with this position. This position, as I said, we've been running from the side of our desk for my professional opinion, far too long. It's been over 10 years now. For a municipality our size, there are some, contingency plans that we really need to take a serious look at. We need to practice them. We need to communicate amongst our internal divisions. And, anytime we've had our consultants come in to do the master fire plan, it's one of the top priorities that they identify as a risk to the community, not having a full-time, permanent, dedicated person to that position.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move down to paramedic services. Acting Chief Andrew Rafton. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Member Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present our 2020 paramedic operating budget. We'll start on page 124. The service that our department provides is obviously vital to the health and well-being of the members of our community. Thus, as far as the budget goes, our priority is to maintain critical medical interventions and ambulance transport to the sick, injured, and most vulnerable, and to execute the council's approved paramedic master plan. Paramedics are heavily governed by Ontario legislature. Particularly, we follow under the Ambulance Act. And 2020 will be having our annual, or I shouldn't say annual, every 3 years we have to go through a Ministry of Health accreditation process. And we have always met or exceeded the legislative requirements for the Ambulance Act, and we're looking forward to do that again in 2020. Just a little sidebar note there, our call volume has been increasing in paramedic service since 2014 at an annual rate of about 5.7%. Page 125, as far as staffing goes, we have no new full-time positions requests for 2020. On page 126 is our org chart that I'd like to spend a couple of minutes on because there may be some that may be not aware of the changes that have been happening within our department. Earlier in this year, in March, we lost both our chief and deputy chief of paramedic service. And I was currently the commander of operations at the time, and Sarah Johnston was the commander of quality assurance. I stepped into the acting role of chief, and Sarah was quite agreeable. She hasn't joined me here today. Oh, she's up top. She stepped into the acting role. So there was two of us that had to step up into some senior management positions, and it's been quite a challenging year. Going forward, those two commander positions are going to be eliminated, and the city is currently recruiting for 2 deputy chief positions, and then that'll be followed by a recruitment for a chief. We have 88 staff members. 44 of those are full-time paramedics, and 44 are part-time paramedics. And we're supported by an admin team of an executive assistant and 1 administrative assistant. Moving to page 128.
Just have a question on the org chart if we can, and
Yes.
I'm a little confused too, so maybe Councillor Duns, go ahead.
I'm just counting numbers. Does that mean I have a net gain of 1 deputy chief? Because I'm losing my 2 commanders. They're going to be deputy chiefs at a corresponding increase, of course. But I'm going to eliminate the deputy chief that's currently there. Or I'm going to end up with a chief, 2 deputy chiefs, and then I'm going to go right down to paramedic and paramedic support.
That's correct. The commander of operations, that title will change to a deputy chief of operations, and the title of commander of quality assurance will change to a deputy chief of quality assurance. We follow the same line as many of the services in the province.
Okay. I guess a question on this issue through you to the Director of Corporate Services. Am I getting a whole bunch of gap funding right now that's going to go back into my operating budget?
So just to clarify what the acting chief of paramedics was saying, so at the end of the day, currently we have 1 deputy chief. Essentially what we'll be doing is removing a commander role and creating a 2nd deputy chief. The other commander role will be dropped down and become a superintendent so that we have 24-hour coverage of superintendent. So there's no added position being created in paramedics. But there will be some savings generated in the paramedic budget this year through staffing due to gapping.
Thank you.
Okay.
Carry on with our operating budget on page 128. If you look at our budget for 2020, we come in at expenses of just a little over $10.5 million. When you look at the expenses in particular, we had an increase in wages that we had no control over. We had an increase in interfunctional adjustments. And the other 2 areas were material, supplies, and services, and contracted services. And they had increases to bring them more in line with the figures that occurred in the actuals for 2018. So that caused an increase of approximately $380,000 change from our 2019 budget to our 2020. As mentioned earlier by Director Stover, our budget is funded 50-50 with the Ministry of Health. But unfortunately, for this year, the funding formula has been frozen to 2019 levels. So that is leaving us with a shortfall of approximately $426,000 in funding. And that has been moved to a decision unit in council that will be discussed later on today.
Yes, that is not included in the base budget and is in one of our decision units. So yeah, you're going to stick around if we have some questions for that.
I don't believe, though, it's all a bad news story. I would like to recognize here that in 2018, our department was close to $1.3 million over budget. And we are in line this year to track right on budget for 2019. So I'm very glad to be able to report that. And then second of all, Mr. Taylor brought to my attention just before council meeting, the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus just completed a study of all of the ambulance services in Eastern Ontario, the 12 services of Eastern Ontario. And part of that study was looking at operating costs of paramedic service. And Kawartha Lakes Paramedic Service had the lowest average annual increase in operating budget over the period 2014 to 2019. So as a comparator, I think we've been doing extremely well with keeping our operating budget under control, and I don't see why that won't continue.
Andrew, I don't think anybody's saying this isn't a bad news budget. You know, I'll say it publicly that my compliments to you and your senior staff for, you know, keeping that train going forward this year. I know it's been a tough year for everybody with some of the changes going on. I think you and Sarah and some of your other staff have done a wonderful job at keeping our residents safe and maintaining that level of service. So I don't want you to leave here thinking this is a bad news budget. I think, and you've done a great job at stepping into that role, which I know wasn't your dream position when you woke up the morning before. So I just want to say thank you for what you and your staff have done this year. I know it's been a tough year for everybody.
I appreciate the support from
Yeah.
you and all members of council.
You bet. Councillor Dunn's got a question. Go ahead.
I'm not arguing about the, it's just the numbers, because we're going to be dealing with a $400,000 question shortly. And I'm just, so I guess where I'm coming from is some of that $400,000 already hidden in the 2019 budget and with the savings, because we're going to, recognizing an increase for one commander's position, we're going to be recognizing the savings of a commander's position under the new org, which is a relatively, it'll be a serious amount. I'm not going to suggest what it is. So I'm starting to suspect that hidden there in the savings we're going to recognize in 2020 and the savings we've already recognized in 2019, there may be a portion of the 400 and some odd thousand dollars we're forecasting to be short. So it's not a question about the service that you're providing, it's the question about the actual bookkeeping and whether or not there's money there. And that's where I'm coming from.
I think just to be clear, that commander position you're referring to, it was actually rolled in. If you take a look at the org chart, the org chart currently shows 3 full-time superintendents. It was rolled into creating that 4th superintendent position in order to provide that 24-hour supervisory coverage that we required. So
I'm not gaining a body.
You're not gaining a body.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm less happy then.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question?
Through you to the acting chief. The previous chief, retired Chief Kirkpatrick, I believe he brought up, or he was working on an issue, overtime management, and I was just wondering how have we made it with overtime management in reducing our costs?
And I'm glad you brought that up. So we were almost $180,000 over budget in 2018 for overtime. And I'm glad to report that as of this morning, we looked at our tracking numbers, and we are right on line for tracking for our budgeted overtime for 2019.
So whatever you're doing seems to be working. Thank you. Any further questions for paramedics? Seeing none, thank you very much. Appreciate the update. The same page on 129 is the Kawartha Lakes Police Service. It's pretty much a status quo budget. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm on the Police Services Board, but there is a decision unit further that we can have a bit of an explanation when we get there, but we're pretty status quo there. So item 9.7 is Human Services. So we'll ask our Director, Rod Sutherland, to give us an overview. Welcome.
Good afternoon. So Human Services, tab 12, page 131 to start. Department overview, as you know, we have the 3 primary divisions: Social Services Division, which includes the Children's Services and Ontario Works, Housing Services, led by Hope Lee, who's here, and Victoria Manor Long-Term Care Home, led by Pam Koulis, who has a leadership meeting this afternoon. In addition, under the Human Services is the healthcare funding for Healthcare Initiative VON program. I reference the health unit is not within the numbers here, it's a separate item. Page 132, highlighting the changes. I'm just going to highlight a couple things coming up for 2020, 2019 changes around program and funding changes from the provincial government, primarily in the social services area for children's services. A number of changes been announced this year, earlier this year, changes, a number of changes as that rollout of those funding changes occur. So there is an impact for 2020 will be discussed again further. It is also known that there'll be other funding changes into 2020 and 21 as well. So largely we are looking at some changes in 2020 as a transition year to look at how things may adjust. In the Ontario Works program as well, 2020 is going to be a number of changes. I referenced, I was here a month or two ago talking about the changes around the new employment services program, the consolidation with the new service system manager function and what the impact will be on Ontario Works as well. There will be changes in Ontario Works in 2020 that we know. They will affect funding, but it's 100% funding, so there will be no net impact on the budget. Those changes will be coming, but the net municipal cost will be remaining the same there. FTE counts listed here. There is the one additional position that I'll reference in a couple pages in housing. Otherwise status quo. Page 133 is the overall department budget, department org chart. The Victoria Manor is just referenced there as one small box. The 160-some staff of Victoria Manor, who is managed under the management contract with Sienna, is on a separate org chart, is not included specifically here. And just to highlight that, as the service manager in housing and social services, the staff listed in the org charts here are also the staff that deliver our programs and services in Haliburton County. 134, 35, and 36 is the overall high-level department budget. I'll just go to the bottom line. The overall department budget, the net tax support on the bottom line is a reduction of $54,000 across the entire department. Into the divisions rather. Page 138. 139, Ontario Works Delivery, which is primarily the administration component of Ontario Works and the employment assistance component. It's a slight increase there, 1.9%, 38,000, just over 2 million. No major changes this year. There's some minor funding changes around the regular annual changes from the province as they adjust allocations. Ontario Works programs on page 140 is the primary benefits to program benefits. These are all 100% provincially funded except the one line for discretionary benefits, which remains the same, that has a municipal contribution. The remainder are all 100% provincially funded. 141, the top half is childcare programs. Again, there's a slight decrease as the net right there. That's net without the municipal contribution that we'll speak into shortly around the funding changes. The contributions to the healthcare organizations at the bottom, which is the doctor recruitment. The health unit line there is status quo at this point in here. The doctor recruitment program as well. The $36,000 identified in the change from 2019 was that funding that was added last year. The council approved the funding for the healthcare initiative for the education program. It was funded last year, or 2019. It was funded through, I forget which one, through a reserve, I believe it was. Reserve? Looking to Caroline, I believe it was, so that this year it's added, not from the reserve. That's the variance there, that 36. Going on page 142, nurse practitioner, status quo for the 2 nurse practitioner positions in Kirkfield and Lindsay. And the Victoria Manor budget, bottom line here is a net reduction of 122. There was a slight increase in the capital, which is sort of all in based on the overall funding for the Ministry of Health, or the new Ministry of Long-Term Care. And just reference that the Victoria Manor Committee of Management received and recommended the Victoria Manor budget to council through it at its September meeting this year. So that budget went through that committee. Page 143, the Community Social Investment Fund is status quo there, no changes. That's funding that's provided primarily to community agencies to support children's services programs in the community and various supports. Page 144, the housing org chart. The one addition there is the one new position for the tenant placement clerk to create a second position there. That position is fully funded, subsidized through the CalH Housing Corporation, so there's no net impact for that position. Housing services budget, the service manager budget there's a variance of $3,000 over 3.6 million budget showing. And page 146, last page, homelessness programs, there's a variance of $400, which I think is, there's some rounding or something occurred there. It's basically a status quo budget, but the way it was entered shows a $400 increase there. But basically status quo. Any questions?
Any questions?
Happy to take.
You speak so fast. You got it covered. Seeing none, we got no questions. Thank you for your overview. Appreciate it. We're gonna go down to Public Works. Director Robinson. I think they're saving all our questions for Public Works.
Why wasn't your road plowed this morning? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. As a brief overview, I plan to speak as fast as Director Sutherland, so we should be through pretty quick. Water, wastewater operations. We've spoke to water, wastewater operations already within Public Works, so we're going to go through the tax base. Within our tax base, we have roads operations, water waste, solid waste and landfill services, fleet services, and transit services. Our priorities for the roads department to deliver to efficient, effective services, facilitate road drainage improvements in alignment with capital works, deliver winter service. As everybody's aware, of the past few days we've had some significant weather patterns move through, fleet and transit services, as well as managing some of the new contracts for this year, the waste collections and so on. I'll go through that. So as a high level department, we have some changes within staffing. We have 3.5 personnel increase within our department overall. One of them within an AA request within our transit services to support that growing business. We have an 0.5 FTE seasonal operator position to offset some contractual potential costs, and as well another FTE to bring in a contracted plow route, as well as through the course of last year we transferred a service information specialist, or an SA3, into our department to round off our roads customer service division. So those are the changes within our department through the last year. Overall org chart, over the next 2 pages, on page 150, 151, you can see there's several manager supports through our group. We have 2 of them here today. Oliver Vigalius is the manager of roads operations, and Todd Bryant, our manager of fleet. Several of the other ones are busy on other endeavors today, and our executive assistant is in training in the Victoria room. Oh, and David Kerr. Sorry, I didn't see Dave sneak in. David Kerr, manager of environmental services, focusing on the waste services right now. So, group that we have here today. I'm going to go through really quickly on 152, 153. Just primarily the budget detail that we have here. That is a department roll-up. So that is all departments rolling into those budgets. So it gets a little bit hard to decipher what are the true impacts on a divisional base. So if we flow through those sheets, I don't know if there's any questions, we can come back to it. But if we start back at page 156, that's our department look at our administrative staff. So again, it's our executive assistant, 5 administrative assistants reporting to that the EA, as well as the 2 service information specialists. It's essentially a status quo budget. We found a couple $1,000s to offset some of the wage increases within that division. 158, 159, looking at our roads and bridges budget. You'll see here on 159, that budget is actually broken into roads and bridges and winter control. We break them up specifically because winter control is really a budget and a beast of its own, and there are primarily a lot of increases within the winter control budget to gain us back to where we need to be on an expenditure basis. As we heard, we've expended the bulk of the 2019 budget already, and we're moving into another month of winter here. So we're trying to right-size that budget based on expenditures and council's determined and assigned level of service. Within the roads budget there, you'll see increases to wages, primarily related to the increase in staff to the department. Again, those increase in staff are there primarily to offset higher increases that would have been there for contractual services for the same work. If we move forward from there, the next page on 159, also 159, I guess, is actually a summary roll-up. So that's both the roads and bridges and winter control rolled into the overall budget. Moving forward then, page 160, 161, that is our fleet budget. There's a couple of internal transfers within fleet and transit of a coach and truck technician. What was happening within our budget is the coach and truck tech was assigned to transit, but then was also being charged out through fleet, so it was almost a double charge through that position. So we've transferred that position into fleet where it belongs in order to kind of correct the books, so to speak. So you'll see within fleet, the fleet budget here, it's a minor net overall change, although there is some increases and pressures in that department. The reason for that is because it is a recovery-based division where it charges the departments for the fleet that it purchases, maintains, and assigns out. So big pressures within that department are material costs as well as fuel costs, which is the reason for a lot of the fleet increases that you see in other areas. Moving forward then, 162, 163, within our fleet division. So that was transit before. My apologies. The 160, 161 is the transit division, not the fleet division. So that, again, the budget's within there. Transit is effectively a status quo budget for transit. Last year we added some we added some additional services on Sunday, and it's just effectively a budget to maintain moving forward. So moving into 162, 163, that is our fleet budget. Am I backwards again? My apologies. My apologies. I'm working through these things backwards. Works control. Yeah, so I was right the first time. Apologies. The 160, 161 is fleet. For some reason, it references the supervisor of transit within that org chart, which is what threw me off the first time around. So again, the description provided before of the large offset within fleet on 160, 161 is due to that internal charge and the cost of 162, 63 is in fact transit. Now that we have that straightened around, we can see the 22,963 part-time hours for transit services to deliver that business. Within that business, there are some decreases to grants and so on and so forth within that, driving those changes. Projecting revenues aligned with historical numbers and so on. Moving forward from there, environmental services, we have on page 164, 165. Within there, council is well aware of some significant contractual changes to waste collection as well as our MRF, which is the Material Recovery Facility. So those contractual changes are reflected under the contracted services line within this budget, and we did our best to try to offset some of those costs within internal savings to try to mitigate those increases. And that is the general overview of the Public Works budget.
Thank you.
Apologies for
Just
the
while you're
confusion.
on that waste management, so the contracted increase for 67, 267, so that contract expires September, October next year? So is that increase just like the last 3 months of the year, and will there be a substantial increase again in 2020 because we'll be increasing for the full year, or how is that budget increase working?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We had budgeted for approximately a 30 to 40% increase but only for that portion of the year that we're budgeting in 2020. Luckily, we saw a less increase, so we were able to mitigate the 2020 budget. But for the 2021 budget, we will be increasing for the remainder of that balance of the year. So there will be another increase related to that service in 2021.
So the $400,000 increase is just for a portion of the year next year, and there'll be an increase on top of that to cover the full year in 2021.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Now, that contractual services is all work within the department, so that's not specifically and solely related to the collection contract. The collection contract was in the range of 200 and I can't remember, mid-250s, somewhere around there. So that piece of it will be for the last part of the year, but there will be another piece to catch the required balance in 2021.
Thank you. Any questions from anybody else? Public Works? Seeing none? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move. That's it for overviews of departments. Is there anything, questions you missed, you forgot, you want to go back and talk about? Nope. Okay, let's go to decision units then. So we've got two appendices that were in your folder. One is Appendix C and one is Appendix E. Tab 17, if you're putting stuff in your book, is what I'm told. So Appendix C is our list of decision units that are not included in the base budget. And Appendix E is right now it's just the fire service position request as a decision unit, which is included in the base budget. So I've got a proposal I just want to make first. If you go to your 2020 to 2019 funding decision units, and I think there's a lot of these we need some more information on, but I would propose that out of the materials, supplies, and services represents approximately 16 million of the budget, that the 2020 operating budget be reduced by 300,000 in the citywide materials, supplies, and services budget. If anybody wants to move that, I think there's room to give us a little bit of breathing room in there if somebody wants to move that as a motion. Councillor Yeo, second by Councillor Elmsley? No? Councillor O'Reilly, you'll second that? Councillor Yeo, do you want to talk to it, or? Citywide. I don't want to get specific. I think we'll get some more information on, but it represents, it's really a whole list of, and you know, staff can talk to it if you're looking for some more information. But if we just do it across the board, generally citywide, I think it gives us a little bit of breathing room for this year, and then maybe we can get some more information for next year and see if there's any room to reduce it any further. It's just a suggestion. So do you want to speak to it, Councillor Riley, or?
I just didn't know if Ron wanted to say anything to it or over and above what our staff have, our individual staff. Did you have any comment on it, or?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So when I summarize the overall budget briefly, in tab 1 there is a section called Materials, Supplies, and Services. As the Mayor mentioned, it's approximately $16 million. That's the entire roll-up right across the city. So we did the initial exercise. Some departments looked in this area for potential savings. And when we provided you with the sort of range of maybe targeted or forecasted savings overall from that 4 to 0 exercise, we sort of earmarked a 300,000 and maybe beyond that. I think this is a great way to initiate that review, almost a line-by-line review, and we would do it citywide and consistent. And I think the 300,000, based on what we forecasted in that original exercise, is an achievable item. We would still want to bring back an update to you, whether that's mid-year or otherwise, as part of our service reviews.
That helps clarify it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Elmsley, you had a question?
Yeah. I was going to propose 500,000.
Well, good for you. Why don't we deal with the 300 first, and if you want to try for more, let's do it afterwards. But I'm concerned about just you know, there's a minimum number there, and that's why I talked to our CAO and said, you know, is this doable to get us started? And then in the future, we can look at, you know, some of those line items on a line-by-line basis moving forward. But, you know, recognizing the comments that, you know, these aren't recommended reductions. They won't impact service levels, but will have an impact on day-to-day operations. And I'm certainly not looking to handcuff day-to-day operations, just try to find a bit of savings wherever we can. But by doing it citywide, I think there's enough there to spread it out. So my concern would be going farther than that. But if you want to try to take it further after we deal with the 300, why don't we do that?
Well, my motion was going to be much more complicated than this, and it was going to include some of the other decision units, so.
Well, why don't we deal with this one first, and then we can go to other decision units afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to the CAO. I'm struggling to identify what the budget adjustments are. So I guess to start with, if you can give me an example of the type of budget adjustments you're speaking of.
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor. So for the detailed listing, if you go to tab 1, there's the section under expenditures entitled Materials, Supplies, and Service, so page 12. So that is the citywide roll-up of that overall operating expenditure of approximately 16 million. Page 12, under tab 1. So if you move your way down, there's bolded Materials, Supplies, and Services is a subheading under total expenditures. And there's a listing of the types of items that fall within that budget, whether it's on a training side, general travel expenses, office supplies and services, operating materials, advertising, utilities and fuels. So it gives you a broad range of what we would be looking at. I think my comment back was the 300,000 was, at least from an initial review, based on our reporting back, achievable so that we could inform the 2020 budget immediately, and then we would take this direction to review that entire section of the budget to see where there would be ongoing efficiencies and savings over time.
Okay, so I have no issue with the 300,000, but a question to deal with for future things. We've already had a discussion with EMS. We know that there are some level of dollars available there. Public Works has had a horrible time this year, as far as I can tell, with staffing up positions. So they've had positions, but they haven't had the bodies to fill those positions, both through retirement and moving on to better opportunities, and that's been an issue, as far as I know, in Public Works. Those dollars saved by that, those are they worked in here somewhere?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what you're predominantly characterizing is what we term gapping sort of savings. We do budget to the bottom line a general assumption for historic gapping. I believe it's about 750,000. At other years, we've targeted aggressive gapping to find that additional savings, and some departments do that. So 750 is already in the base budget as an assumption. We would continue to strive for additional dollars that then fall to the annual bottom line for a surplus.
But I'm not going to find any extra money there.
I wish we could.
Okay, any further questions on the 300,000 reduction from that line item in the budget? Materials, supplies, and services? Call the question, all in favor? That's passed. The only other, I'm going to come back to you, Councillor Elmsley, but the only other decision we have for removing anything out of the budget at this point is the Appendix E, which is the fire services position requested. You heard the business case for $105,680 from the tax levy. What is Council's wish? Councillor Yeo? put your microphone on, please.
Sorry, motion to remove that from the budget?
So can I suggest that the 2020 operating budget be reduced by $105,680 in the fire service operating budget allocated to the new emergency planner position? Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Seymour Fagan, do you want to speak to it?
Briefly, we've, as the chief said, we've been doing this for a number of years, 10 years, I think he said, and I don't see a reason why we can't just prolong it a little longer. To me, it's a nice to have, and it's not an urgent necessity at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, want to speak to it?
Yes, I know that you're required, or you should be doing an audit on the emergency services on a position like that, and I think that maybe we should have an audit first as to see what we need for programs and exercises before we hire someone full-time.
Thank you. Anyone else? You got a question, Councillor Ashmore? Yeah?
CAO, when you would hold your emergency preparedness meetings, would it not be yourself that coordinated the whole thing, not to put more work on your agenda, but was it not something that you yourself would direct, like this project like that? Like it's something that you've always taken on, and would it not be something that you could carry on with in organizing this, which you've done before and you still do?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, there is a function or a role that I would play in an emergency scenario, as do all departments and many others. For alignment or for programming generally, emergency planning, whether it's to some extent sort of corporate continuity planning, but more so disaster recovery and planning sort of in the community. It's been run through the fire service. So that's why this position, because it really does transcend. It's not just a corporate function that the chief described. It actually would be a lead for disaster recovery events, planning for those, and a resource during those disaster events, and also recovery efforts and planning for future ones.
I'm going to support this motion as well. I think, what you've heard here today is number one, I think we've got some great deputy chiefs, very capable of making this work. I'm not saying it's a warranted position somewhere down the road, but I think what we've heard here today is a really impressive example of a lot of our senior staff taking, needs that we have and positions that are needed, and rather than just adding to the budget all the time, reallocating, being creative, finding other ways to source some of these positions so that we can better deliver those services. And, I would challenge not just fire, because it's more than just the fire department, but, our EMS services, we're working through the province with some of the cuts. We don't know what's coming up the pipe. Paramedics, we need to get a little bit settled there. And I just think from a timing perspective, let's work with what we have. Let's make this work. I don't think we're putting anybody's safety at risk. Other departments have found a pretty reasonable way to meet those needs. And I think we should challenge, the fire and our EMS for this emergency planner to do the same thing for now. And maybe when we're in a better financial position, then we can deal with it then. But that's my opinion. Councillor Yeo, do you want to sum up, or no? Okay, everybody's clear on removing that position, that sum? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. So do you want to add some motions, or can we get an update on where we are with those two removals, just from the levy perspective? We're at 3.5 or something?
With the removal of those two items, we are sitting at 3.42%.
3.42% on the tax levy. So before we go through the decision units that aren't in the base budget, to see if we want to add anything, are there any more proposals for removing anything from the operating budget? Okay, then let's go to Appendix C, which is, we'll just start at the top and let's just go through them, because I think we need to get a good explanation for some of these. And Councillor Elmsley, you have a question?
No, I was just going to start at the top.
Okay, let me start at the top and we'll get to you. Yeah, so let's go to paramedic services is the first one, identifier 300. So you've heard the province is reducing the funding by $423,000. The additional info in our column is the cuts to be absorbed in the 2020 paramedic operating budget, and then service impacts will be assessed, and I guess a report back will plan to get something back in the middle of the year to how is this affecting our service levels? Do we need to make any adjustments? You know, we always have contingency funding halfway through the year if we're finding that, you know what, this isn't being absorbed as well as it needs to be. But what does council want to do? Councillor Helmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to suggest that we put $200,000 in a reserve, and that we see where the paramedics come in with the changes they've proposed in their organization chart and other things that may happen, and whether the province revisits the cuts to the paramedic service, and we put that $200,000 in the contingency reserve, and if we need it, we use it. If not, it remains there.
So add 200,000 to the contingency reserve to
offset
paramedic,
for the
specifically for paramedics.
Yes.
Councillor Yeo, are you seconding that? You've got your, no? Does anybody want to second that motion? Councillor Ashmore? Okay, do you want to speak to it, or you have?
Well, I just think that, you know, $423,000 out of their budget is a big nut to crack, and I know that they are making efficiencies with their overtime and other things, and we aren't turning around and funding this. We're putting it into a reserve that may get used and may not get used. So I think it makes sense to kind of hedge our bets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I agree with it because they've demonstrated that they've done well financially in the last year, and not to say that they have to be rewarded, but I think that they've certainly taken on their challenges, and they came through. And instead of 400,000, the 200,000, it's a happy medium to be there, just in case it's needed.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking against the motion, if I could ask a question, how much are we currently transferring to the contingency reserve in this budget?
There's currently 500,000 being transferred to contingency.
Thank you, and I think that's enough to hit the taxpayer with. This $200,000 would be on the tax levy, and to hit the taxpayer with an additional transfer to reserve at this point in the budget would be wrong, in my opinion. For the past 13 years I've sat here, ambulance, paramedic services, God bless their souls, haven't been questioned a lot because it's always been 50-cent dollars. I've been told 50-cent dollars. Why wouldn't we do it? The time has come where $423,000 that they think they can be absorbed. So it's going to be a little painful maybe, but I think it can be done. I have faith in them. They're good people. And to hit the taxpayers an extra $200,000 at this moment is unnecessary. We can do that halfway through the year like we have in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
No, I'll just be brief. I don't think anybody's questioning the job that the paramedics have done or are doing, but I just think that we have an opportunity. The other departments, a lot of the departments have come in, stayed their line, and I think that the next thing you know, we're going to be back to 4% if we keep going down. Then no disrespect to the paramedics, it's just a request, and I think that we're going to have to stay the line and see if we can achieve the savings we hope to.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it either. I'm not, because, you know, they don't need 400. I think, you know, this is a provincial cut, and, you know, they've agreed to go back and have a look at this and come back whatever in the middle of the year. If there's going to be a reduction in service to our residents, they'll come back and let us know, and council can make a decision at that time. We can't make up every provincial cut that's going to come along in the next couple of years. We can't do it. So we better get started. We better get to a point where we say, hey, you know what? We've got our own budgets to fund, and I have confidence in the paramedics that they'll do whatever they can, and anything further than that, they'll come back to council and we can go from there. So I think we should leave it for now. Councillor Helmsley, you want to sum up?
Sure, thanks. I think it's prudent to plan ahead, and $400,000 is a lot of money to find in anybody's budget. And I think by being prudent and putting some money aside, and you will recall that our financial plan says that our budget should be at 4%. We should be planning on a 4% budget for this year. And now we're down to under 3.5. So I don't think we're hurting the taxpayers, and I don't think we've made any secret that we were looking at a 4% increase. I'm not looking to gouge the taxpayer either, but I think things like paramedic services are essential services, and it's things people count on and want. So I hope you can see your way clear to hedging our bets and just putting some money aside for when we will need it.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, that was a sum up, so I'll just leave it at that. Everybody's clear on the motion to add 200,000 to the reserve, a contingency for possible covering of the paramedics. Call the question, all in favor? Motion fails. Okay, anything else on paramedics? Seeing nothing, we'll move down to provincial funding cuts, childcare services. Same thing, provincial cut, 205,159. Provincial cuts to be absorbed in the 2020 childcare operating budget. Service impacts to be assessed, similar to the paramedics. Director, do you want to give us a quick overview? And I've got Councillor Helmsley again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is within the overall Children's Services budget, about just under $10 million. There's multiple funding lines, and this results from one of those funding lines, the expansion plan funding, that the province changed from formerly 100% provincially funded to an 80-20 cost share for 2020, with the municipal cost share being discretionary for 2020. It's unclear at this point whether that will change in 2021, if it will become mandatory at some point, but for 2020 it's discretionary. The 205,000 is the city's portion of that. The county's share is separate, Halliburton's. The allocation of this funding through our allocation to agencies in the childcare system, we've identified it would primarily come from, a reduction would come from the fee subsidy allocations, which is the actual budget for fee subsidies to eligible families for childcare. The net result, the equivalent of 205,000, if that was out, could support approximately 79 children on average. It's hard to get an average because of the different age rates, ages of children, what the number would be, but it would not reduce subsidy to current families. It would be losing potentially for new families approximately 79 children for 2020.
Are we losing any childcare spaces if we don't fund this right now? Or is it just affecting, like you say, the ones in the future, there might be less subsidies and spaces available if this reduction in funding from the province continues?
With that allocation, it would not actually reduce any spaces in the community because they're owned and operated by the agencies. It would be the availability of fee subsidy for eligible families.
And when you and me spoke earlier, you mentioned there is a substantial childcare reserve that has been put aside for several years. Is there an option if council chooses to fund this out of that reserve? And does that just buy us a year, or does that buy us a year to see where the province is going on a permanent basis? And I mean, if we're going to have a reduction, have this pressure every year, we can't keep funding it out of a reserve. But is there a possibility that that gives you another year to figure out the business model and how do we reduce that model to further absorb this? Or am I just shooting from the lip?
Through you, correct. The 2020, we do know, based on the information we have to date, that there are going to be further funding changes. We're not sure the impacts of them, so we'll be assessing those throughout 2020 as part of a transition year in the absence of further changes to the system from the province. So it would give us the opportunity to just determine whether or not, A, does this funding formula change again for 2021? Do the other ones change for 2021 and the broader impacts? That child care reserve has been there for approximately 13 years, has approximately $1 million in it. Was originally set up with the 100% provincial funding under the former Best Start program in about 2006, and is unconditional. So the intent originally, without a resolution from council, was to use that money to avoid wait lists and support the fee subsidy system going forward. So this would be consistent with that previous council's intent for that, to use it and then do further assessments in 2020 to determine the impacts going forward as other announcements are made.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You stole my thunder. I was going to ask Mr. Sutherland about the child care reserve and whether we could take the money from there. And having heard what he said and looking at doing it for 1 year, I will propose that we include the $205,159 and fund it from that reserve for the 2020 year.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Richardson? Do you want to speak to it?
Well, I think Director Sutherland has stated the case, and I think that having the flexibility to see where the province is going over the next year stands us in good stead, and we look after our people.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, you want to add anything? No? Okay, everybody's clear? We're going to put it into the budget 205,159, but fund it out of the child care reserve, which has over $1 million for 2020. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Provincial funding cuts, police services at the correctional facility. We can just put a line through that one. That's $443,000. We haven't heard if the province is going to follow through on that, but the police service is committed to, through attrition, whatever happens, we've got a few people retiring at the Kawartha Lakes Police, and we will absorb that, if necessary, into the police service, so there's no request needed from a police services perspective. Councillor Elmsley, you asked about a reduction in service. Those 3 officers at the provincial facility are not part of the level of service. They're over and above that. So if we reduce it by those 3, if it comes to that funding cut, it is not considered a reduction in our approved level of service. So there's no permissions that are necessary to do it. So our chief has assured us that we'll make it work with the budget we have. Okay? Any further questions on police? Okay, Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation, increased funding over 219. Human Services, 21,891 is not in the base budget. Do you want to give us a 30-second? You or Hope? Yeah.
I give the very brief, and if there's further questions made for Hope, the 21,000 is basically the equivalent, the transfer to capital for KLH Housing Corporation, consistent with the capital housing plan approved in 2019.
So why isn't this part of the budget? Is it, why did this come in as a decision unit, not part of the base budget? Was it a reduction somewhere?
It was included, but it was identified as an increase of 20,000, and as a outside agency, it was identified automatically as a decision unit.
And what happens if we don't fund it?
Do you want to answer that? I believe it goes to.
Besides, you make it work with 20,000 less dollars. What happens from
capital plan?
That's the answer? Okay. I think that answers that question. You got a question? Any further questions? I'll move on. Well, they'll make it work. They'll make their model work without the funding if necessary. So, okay, we'll move down the next one, 304. Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridge District Health Unit. We got the updated correspondence from them. Again, the increased funding over 2019 as a provincial cut, 167,687. Councillor Elmsley is the chair of our Kawartha Lakes Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridge District Health Unit. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It was duplicated, but in your new sheet, it's only on there once. On the sheet that was in your folder, the second one was removed. Same list, just with one of them removed. Yes, you're right, it was duplicated. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You did receive a somewhat lengthy letter with an explanation of what was going on at the health unit and the struggles that we have with our budgeting. And where we are going internally, trying to find as many dollars as we can and continue with the mandated programs that we have from the province. We must perform those services. We have to perform those services. And our only sources of revenues, as I said in the letter, are from the province or from the municipalities, and the province has told us that they want us to go back to the municipalities for 30% of those programs that used to be funded 100% by the province. The health unit will continue to look for savings wherever they can find it, but there's going to be a gap in time between when those savings occur and when the money is required. What I would like to suggest is that $85,000 be approved as an increase to the health unit so that they have the funding to go forward for 2020, and during the 2020 year, they will find the additional monies, or they will come back at mid-year with an update. In either case, we will come back with an update on what is happening with the funding at the health unit. So I would like to move that $85,000 be put back into the budget to fund the Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridges Health Unit for the 2020 calendar year.
Funded from the tax levy? Seconder? Seymour or Richardson? You've spoke to it already. Do you want to add anything?
Well, it's pretty much what Doug is saying. It is mandated programs that we're looking at, and as soon as the letters came down, we started in August trimming, and they have been very good about going through budget processing and employees, and right now we're in a rock and a hard place when we're looking at the mandated programs from the province.
Provincially mandated programs, correct? Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not in favor of this motion unless I hear some strong arguments. It's a provincially mandated program, and I find with a lot of the provincial programs, these are the things you have to do, but they never determine what level you have to do them at. And I don't know, I've seen no indication from the budget submission when it first came through that they've made any effort to reduce the level of service that they have, because I suspect that within the level of service that they're providing, there's room for them to reduce some of that service. And I simply don't know. And until I know that, I can't support this motion.
Thank you. I'll remind council a couple things, so that we passed a resolution earlier in the year for a 0% increase to all our boards and agencies. This council endorsed that. That the Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridge District Health Unit is one of our boards and agencies. Most of our other boards and agencies have been able to adjust their budgets and their work levels and come in with a 0% increase as we requested. I think the Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridge District Health Unit is in a tougher spot to be able to do that. And I respect that, maybe they haven't quite got there yet. And they possibly will, but I think as a matter of principle, this council should not be funding this after passing that initial resolution. you know what, if these are provincially mandated programs, then maybe we need to send a message to the province that they should be funding these provincially mandated programs and stop pushing things off onto municipalities, which is exactly what they're doing here. So I won't be supporting the motion either. Do you want to sum up, Councillor? Or Councillor Riley, do you have a question?
It's along the same lines. I can understand the predicament that Councillor Elmsley's in and the board, but it just, some of us have lived through the Mike Harris years, and we know that these cuts, the downloads are coming. Not Mike Harris, other governments has done as well, but they're the most recently obvious ones. But it's just that, I just think that time and time again, next thing you know, we've only seen the beginning of the tip of the iceberg here. We're going to get a lot more of these, in my opinion, coming down the pike. So I think locally, we're going to have to learn to adjust, and we're going to have to learn to, maybe we're not going to have the affordability to support them all, that's all. And I know they do great work and whatever, but I just can't support it at this time because I just don't think that, I think there's just more to come, and I think we have to look at the overall budget.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, I agree with your comments there, Mr. Mayor. Like, I just find that they need to stick to their core services. We listened to a speaker come from the health unit talking about the United Nations and stuff like that, and they're sort of getting more into political activism, I think, and I just think they need to go back to, I'm in favor of all the services that they provide, but I mean, I think it's just getting to the point now where they're kind of stray away from what they originally were, their mandate was, so I think, sorry, I can't support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley, you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The health unit is basically mandated to provide all of the services that it's providing. The only service that it offers over and above that, which is strongly encouraged, is its adult dental program, which is $75,000. As far as I know, that is the only service that is not mandated by the province. And you're absolutely right. The province mandates and tell us we must do this. And that includes things like inspection of beaches, in the water bottles that get delivered to the health unit and are processed in labs and then sent back to our residents to tell them that their drinking water is good to do. It includes inspectors who go around to restaurants and food services. All of those things are services that if the health unit wasn't there, we would have to provide and we would have to hire the people to do. So I think that we are their partners. They're not an agency that is an arm's length away. They're our partners in keeping the people and institutions that are in our community safe and healthy. And in terms of those things, the health unit is a preventative source in healthcare. It is not curative. So for everybody they save from being in the healthcare system, it's calculated that for every dollar you spend in public health, you'll save $16 in the healthcare system by not putting them in the hospital. In the long term, we would be helping our taxpayers and we would be helping ourselves. I think this motion makes a lot of sense and would go a long way to helping them reach the point where they can manage for the year 2020. Past 2020, we don't know what's going to happen. And as you know from the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and the Eastern Ontario Mayors, we will be continuing to lobby with the province in order to try and solve these problems. But in terms of mandated programs, we are doing what is mandated. We don't have other fun things that we try and do. The tide seems to be in this council not to include this, and I think we're making a very grave mistake. I could probably speak more strongly if we were in closed session about some of the things that are happening and will be happening, but I am not at liberty to do them in open council. I hope you support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and just for clarity, what you say is true, and that's why we fund the health unit $1.9 million a year. So they do a lot of important work in our community. It's just a question of working within that budget. Thank you. Everybody clear on the motion is to add $85,000 to the funding for Kawartha Halliburton Pine Ridge District Health Unit funded out of the tax levy, correct? Call the question, all in favor? Motion fails. Anything else on the Halliburton District Health Unit? Yep, go ahead.
Sir, if I could, just through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe more just for immediate information, because this as well as paramedic service were the two decision units. As you know, the Ministry of Health is actively reviewing both of these local health services. It was mentioned that we took an active role at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, and the respective groups or associations are doing the same. We also, as a city, have put a request in to the ministry for the Roma conference in January, so through the mayor, to highlight this problem that we're facing right now, which is this downloaded costs, and looking at making some recommendations for the province to help in the immediate term municipalities. So I just think it's important. These are two areas that we need to get in front of the province, and there's more questions and answers at this point. So stay tuned, but we are going to get a delegation with the minister.
Thank you. So the next one is 305, Otonabee Region Conservation Authority. I'll make the exact same argument, but does anybody want to add that back into the budget? $416. It's more principal than anything else. Moving along. Push your button. Go ahead.
I just want you to strike it, put a line through it. They don't have the flexibility the other CAs do, but the CAO of Otonabee is looking into mileage and per diem payments in 2020 to cover this increase, so.
Okay, we'll just leave it. Thank you. We'll move to the next one, Kawartha Lakes Police Service. I guess this was just a little bit of the funding. When they asked for a zero, they come in at 0.03% increase, and this was the difference. But I would suggest that we'll manage just fine without it, so we don't need to go anywhere there unless somebody has another idea. Okay, line through that one. Library service position request. The business case was made by our library CEO through community service, $113,616 for a library manager. It's in a decision unit. It's not included in the base budget. Does anybody want to go anywhere with it? Seeing none, we'll move down to 308, planning position request. New position, Planner 1, was discussed briefly by the director based on the busyness of that department currently. $67,585 is the proposal. It's not in the budget because the request came in a little bit late. Does anybody have any questions, or Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think with what we've heard from the planning department in terms of the number of applications, we still seem to have occasions when things don't get done in as timely a fashion as they should, and I know councillors hear about this from builders and from developers and others. I would move that we, given that you have spoken many times about how we're on the cusp of an explosion, that it would make good sense to add this position and fund it from the tax levy. So I'll make that motion that we add this position.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Seymour Fagan, you'll second it. Do you want to speak to it, or you have? Councillor Elmsley, Councillor Seymour Fagan?
I just think it's a position that would help out the planning department. I know how bogged down they get. We have a planning meeting tomorrow where it's all day now. And if we're going to be moving forward with this, then we have to put our money where our mouth is.
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Yeah, most of it has been said here. I know that here we are, we're challenging the budget again, but I think with the things that are coming down the pipe that we're going to more than get our revenue with the new development charges and whatever, and I think this is just going to expedite our planning and development applications that are before us.
Any other comments? Councillor Vail?
Just a question for Director Marshall. We just recently added some other people to development services or planning, correct?
Yes, we added a zoning position, a sort of zoning interpretation position to the building department, and we created a new position called large development planner to handle some of the larger developments, and those two positions actually were hired 2 years ago.
I'm going to speak against it, and it's not a case that I don't disagree with the amount of work that's coming through, and I hear it just the same as every other councillor. I'm just wondering whether the organization and the flow through that department can't handle that if it was looked at and restructured. I just don't know if adding more bodies is really the fix.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn?
This is the planning department, and they couldn't plan far enough ahead to put it into the budget. I struggle with this. Like, I mean, this is, we might as well throw that, to me, we might as well throw that in at the last minute and see if we can't beef up our personnel. If it had been important, it would have been there. I mean, you know, engineering and public works, you know, they got it in on time. And this is thrown in at the last minute, so I can't support this motion.
I think in fairness to the department, their workload increased substantially later in the year after these budgets were sent in and prepared. So I'm not justifying the timeline or whatever, but it was in the last couple of months that their workload has increased considerably. And so the request was, it's budget time. If you're going to ask now. But I think that was the rationale. I'll let the director speak to it if you choose. Do you want to turn?
Yeah, we did actually put in a request for the position early on in the process, but after discussing it, we thought we could get by without. And as a result, we got hit with the big increase in applications later in the year, and we brought it back onto the table.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
Director Marshall, would this help with the pre-consultation process? Because a lot of people want to get onto a pre-consultation. They want to get into the queue, but they have to wait like 1 or 2 months, and that's discouraging for some people. Like, would this new position speed that up?
Through you to the mayor. This position definitely will be helping out with pre-consultations. It will also, the intent of this position is really to take over more of the counter inquiries and the inquiries that come in from the public to free up the rest of the planners to do the reports and the pre-consultations. What's happening right now is large amounts of the planner's time is taken at the counter and dealing with inquiries from the public, and so they can't get to the pre-consultations and the reports like they'd like to. So this position will help with those counter inquiries and public inquiries so that they can do the actual report writing and pre-consultation work.
One more question. So in this last quarter here, how much has your activity increased for applications?
As of the third quarter, we were matching last year's totals, and we had a record last quarter. So we are 25% over previous year.
Director, can you tell us what, with this increase in workload, what changes you've made to your internal operations to compensate for it? I mean, you know, obviously, your business is peaks and valleys and goes up and down, you know, over the course of the years. So with this increase in the workload recently, what changes have you made internally with the staff you have to make it function better rather than just, I know it's not, you're not doing anything but just asking for another body. So can you enlighten us a little bit on that?
Yes, we have, we've actually been paying overtime, and we don't have a budget for overtime. So just because we just couldn't get the work done without staff doing overtime, we've actually had to start paying overtime to get the work done. We, as I said earlier, just hired a temp to come in and help with the administrative assistants because they've been putting in overtime as well and maxed out their time in lieu for holidays, and don't feel like they can go on holidays or be sick or because the workload is so large. So we've been sort of scrabbling together people and time to try and get the work done, but it's definitely taking a toll on the staff. They're all maxed out and looking for relief at this point.
But have you changed anything in your department about the way you operate to compensate for the increase in the workload? I mean, I think what you've, and I'm not picking on you, I'm just saying, I think what you've heard here today from all our staff is everybody's finding different ways to do things to make this work. Everybody knows this is crunch time. This budget is an easy budget, in my opinion, compared to next year with what we're going to face from the province. So what are you doing? What's your department doing at crunch time to you know, make up for this increase in workload, I guess is what I'm trying to, what adjustments have you made from an internal, you know, in your internal workforce, if any, I guess, to help offset that before you felt the need to come and ask for another body?
Yes, we've had a meeting with the whole planning department with Brenda Stonehouse facilitating to speak to how we can do things differently in the planning department to try and be more efficient. And one of the things we're looking at in a very serious way is how we deal with counter inquiries and inquiries from the public. And so we've actually got a sort of a working group within the planning department looking at how we can change the way we do customer service. And it may mean that people don't just come to the counter to ask questions of the planning department, that they set up appointments to get their questions answered. So we're looking at ways of trying to reduce the amount of counter inquiries and public inquiries that we're looking at. But perhaps maybe Richard Hawley, the manager of planning, could add to that.
Anything you want to add, Matt? Mr. Hawley? I think your director just put you on the spot.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. We have been trying to facilitate the additional workloads. For example, Councillor Ashmore mentioned pre-consultation, so we've been trying to increase the frequency of those meetings to twice a month to accommodate the workload, but at some point in time, I think the main issue is the projects are getting somewhat larger and more complex. So they're taking more time from a review process to work. One of the goals of having this planner 1 would be to free up all the other planner 2s so that we could then get more applications through the process. And that's sort of the request. In terms of how we've dealt with other processes, obviously we're trying to see if we can find other processes that will speed things up. But I think part of our problem is we have a certain legislative time requirements, and there's not a whole lot that we can do to find more time efficiencies from that perspective.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions regarding the motion? Councillor Helmsley, did you make it? Do you want to sum up?
Been said.
Okay, everybody's clear on the motion? Motion is to add $67,585 from the tax levy to development services for a position of 1 full-time planner. Planner one, correct? Right? Yes. Okay. Okay, call the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, motion passes. Thank you. Our last one on here is provincial funding cuts from the Economic Development Officer. Yeah, do you want to speak to it and give us a bit of an overview what this is?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So this was actually added to the list in your amended listing that was provided for decision units. And it was actually, I wanted to make sure that council was aware of the net provincial funding costs. The Economic Development Division actually did a good job understanding what those cuts were going to be, so made adjustments internally in the base budget. And I still think it's important that it be exposed what the net service cut is as a result of that funding loss. So the decision unit that's here, it's not in the base budget, is proposing tax levy support of $45,000. And what that would do is, combined with other revenues and grants, fund a second position in the small business center. Historically, that business center has had 2.5 staff working in it 2 year round. One is the summer company leadership. And the provincial funding cuts have included a reduction in funding of small business centers. The problem is, in my mind at least, this is slightly different from a purely provincially mandated service. This is really, in my mind, a core local economic development function that we were enjoying funding, I'll say, from the province. And it really is, has had great gains over many years supporting local business startups in the simplest terms. And there really isn't another service like that locally or provincially. So it is run through the small business center. So currently, the adjustments that were made to the economic development budget based on the funding cut were to retain the one single full-time position, and that would continue to be funded sort of by us. The cut from the province has the net effect, if we don't add anything to the budget, of the second FTE not being funded, as well as no summer company resource. So that program wouldn't be run anymore. We're proposing then that the one FTE be funded, again, partially from the tax reserve, the remainder from deferred revenues and grants, so that at least we can maintain a core business center function that would deliver some summer company as well as the year-round service.
Thank you. Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing as how you made all the arguments for it, Mr. Taylor, I would move that that $45,800 be included in the 2020 budget.
Funded from the tax levy?
Yes.
Thank you. You'll second that, Councillor Riley? Don't need to speak to it because CAO did? Councillor Riley?
Yeah, just Ron summed up fairly well too. I think it's the only place in town, the only position here that we really have is the position of creating jobs in our community. And if we can't, if our sole purpose isn't to create jobs other than the private sector, maybe I'd get, because every year we come forward with how many startups we have, how many jobs we created, maybe our manager would like to speak to Rebecca just to tell us in the last year or 2 years the amount of jobs that we've been created by the startup company and by this department, if she would, over and above what Ron has already addressed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Economic Development Division, specifically with the Small Business Centre, has met with over 200 small business startups. Through our programs, particularly Start a Company Plus, we've seen at least 45 new jobs start in the community that are directly attributed to the training that has gone through the centre, and we know that there's many more.
Can you tell us how this differs from the Innovation Centre, which we've agreed to fund?
Yes, I can. The Small Business Centre is designed for small business startups, so anybody can walk in the door and be served by the Small Business Centre. It looks after any and every business opportunity as well. It's designed to work with companies in the first 5 years of operation. We extend that to provide training and workshops to any of our small businesses throughout the city. The innovation cluster is really specific to high growth companies. So what we are noticing and we have seen is that some of the clients of our small business centre, some of them are high growth innovative entrepreneurs that would have intellectual property developed as part of their business. They're the ones that are going to experience exponential growth. In the grandest schemes, when you think of a Google or a Netflix or those sorts of companies, those companies grew exponentially, whereas some of our Main Street businesses are going to grow and cap at a particular level, and they're just as valuable to a community, but the high growth companies need extra special services to help them grow, and they're the ones the innovation cluster focuses on.
And Community Futures has a bit of a startup business information as well. Is there any overlap that you see with those two organizations, the Small Business Center and Community Futures, at, you know, getting information to start a business and getting a leg up?
Yes, actually our three organisations work really well together. So we often see people walk through our door first or get referred to us to go through the Small Business Centre. When they're looking for funding, we have small grants through the money flows through us from the province, but we have had in the past agreements with the CFDC for money, extra loan money to come through the CFDC particularly. And then businesses that are working with the innovation cluster can also go to the CFDC, but they also have the opportunity to access angel capital through the innovation cluster. And the innovation cluster also has a mentoring teaching component that's specific to high growth entrepreneurs that they don't get from the other two of us.
Thanks, Rebecca. Any further questions on that? Yeah, Councillor Ashmore.
To the CAO. So in the building where they presently are at, would they be moving into where the bylaw used to be as a sort of a walk-in self-serve type of a like a counter to help businesses when they want to come in? Is that part of this, or that's separate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the general concept for the ground floor at 180 Kent is for a sort of all-encompassing business center, if you will. Our economic development office is there already. Our small business center is already within the economic development space. As you know, the Lindsay Chamber has a small space component there. The vacated bylaw space will be for the innovation cluster specifically. So they are a separate entity, but as the manager mentioned, all of these entities sort of overlap. So it's almost like triaging. You would come in as startup with the small business center. You would then advance through potentially to the innovation center. The CFDC provides some funding for others. So it really is meant to be a one-stop shop and also sort of complementing each other.
Yeah. Any further questions on the motion? Everybody's clear? It's pretty straightforward. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. So adding in the 45.8 and adding in the 67, thanks Rebecca, adding in the 67,585, can you tell us where we sit right now with the tax levy, please?
Mr. Mayor, if your desire was to implement a 3.5% tax levy, that's where you are at.
Okay, we're at 3.5. That's all I have for extractions, decision units. Is there anything else anybody, final say, anybody wants to add or comment on? Councillor Vail?
I just want to go back to items for future consideration where we've got staffing reductions and delay approval of new tax supported positions for 2020 in the amount of $172,000. So is that any future hires that come up over the course of 2020?
105 of that was the fire planner, the fire emergency planner that we've already taken out. that was, and then, I don't know, the other one was funding for the
Administrative assistant in the legal services.
the AA and the legal services that we've approved, so what I would suggest is after we've passed the budget, if there's any more information we want on any of these to inform a future budget, then we can make a couple of motions to get some more information from staff, but if that, does that answer your question for that? Okay. Is there any other questions, comments on the budget? Councillor Yeo?
And through you, as this was the opportunity now to, if we wanted to add anything in for, as we know, we're probably going to be short in winter control. If we wanted to top up the contingency reserve or anything at this moment, or just go in at 3.5%. I don't know what the will of council would be, but.
Well, I think, yeah, I think we should just leave it. That's just my opinion. We have some money in our contingency reserve. You know, traditionally, we've had surpluses the last few years. I don't know about that, if that'll happen with the winter control situation, but you know what? I think we're budgeting for what we know right now, and as you know, I think this is a responsible budget and affordable budget for our residents, and I'm certainly open to what council wants to do if you want to add a portion of that back into the contingency, but you know, we can make some of those decisions when we know a little bit better in the spring when we get our year end and we see where we sit. That's my position, but
Yeah, and I agree with your position. I was just putting it out there because this is council's last kind of shot up before we pass the budget. I'm happy with the budget and the process, so it's good.
thank you. Councillor Dunn?
Tend to struggle a bit, the whole, when we developed our financial plan, and I'm not suggesting that we go back up to 4 by any stretch of the imagination, but when we developed the financial plan was based on a 4% increase per year, and of course what happens is every year you develop a new base, so when you add 4 to it, you're getting 4.1, 4.2 in actuality as it grows. So part of the reason why our financial planning hasn't worked at that level is because we have kept the tax increases below what the plan called for. So I mean, I'm thankful we have, but when time comes, that is part of the reason is it's been of our own making, not following the original plan from staff.
That and uncontrollable pressures is pretty tough to dig yourself out of a hole when others are with a shovel digging the hole deeper as you're trying to climb out, and that's what we're facing every day. And I think staff are planning on coming back in the spring with a new financial plan with an update, and whether we look at our projections moving forward and put them in a better spot. But I'll accept a motion if somebody wants to move it, that report Corp 219032, the proposed 2020 tax support operating budget be received, and that the 2020 tax support operating budget be approved as amended. Is that what you need, Madam Clerk? Councillor Yeo, you'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Vale. Any further discussion, comments on the budget? Councillor Elmsley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support the budget. The first time in 13 years I haven't supported a budget. I'm not supporting it not because of the things that are in it. I'm not supporting it because of the things that aren't in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. So future budget directions. Is there anything on this 2020, any thoughts on some more information staff would like? I'll propose that if you look at number 3, which is service level reductions to the operating programs, which really is service level reductions, which before I make those kind of decisions, I want some more information. So what do you think about that staff report back in Q1 on possible service level reductions to the operating programs and the corresponding savings? And then we can flush out for future budgets, whether it's a reduction in waste pickup or leaf and yard waste, or let's see what these numbers actually attach to some of these service reductions. I honestly feel we're going to need to look at that in the future as we go forward. Let's get the information before we, before we jump into decisions. It gives us lots of time to work on it next year. Does anybody? And I guess I don't think the BIA, the special, when I say provincial offenses, I don't propose that one. I think the insurance premiums is one that we can explore, that let's get some more information on what that means to increase our deductible. So I think there's some different options available there. I think waste collection and landfill are the other two that, in my opinion, I would like to get some more information back. I wouldn't go with roads maintenance. I think that road maintenance one is going to break down into your ditching and brushing and all the things that we know is important to our roads that Councillor Elmsley's flushed out of our residents. So, and transit again is reducing weekend service, which, you know, we've just sort of got it up to that point. So if somebody wants to move that service level reductions to insurance premiums, waste collection, and landfill, I think that gives us a good starting point for some information. Councillor Vale and Seymour Fagan, you'll move that. Any comments, questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Is there anything else on? Yep. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we would be targeting in Q1, as the Mayor mentioned, any directions for some service reviews for future budgets. Great that we've got direction now on 3. Just wanted to remind Council or give you an update that we also, there was an announcement very recently, and in fact we're submitting this week, for modernization funding applications that the province is funding. It's very specific in terms of the funding parameters, the main one being that they will fully fund a third-party review of a line-by-line audit or review of municipal services. And it's on us to provide that submission. So based on some polling very quickly, we've made an initial expression of interest, and we want to pursue the 2 reviews. One on the winter control program budget, just in its entirety, so we can get a better understanding line by line. The second being in our fleet program, just broadly. And so just want to bring that to your attention. The timeline for that would be announcements for the application funding. We should know in January, and it is really meant to be a first half of year review. Again, the province has been very explicit. We can't do it internally. It must be done by a third-party contractor, but that they would fund these reviews. So those are 2 that we proposed. And I'll remind you, as part of the special projects budget, you approved the paramedic service deployment plan and master plan update. But I mentioned to you before, as part of that review, we're also going to do a similar sort of program review in its entirety through that exercise. So those are 3 reviews we see happening in the first half of next year.
And I'll just add that the Kawartha Lakes Police Service has agreed that their fleet will be included in that review, so it'll encompass pretty much everything we have. You had a question, Councillor Dunn?
On the review, can that be expanded? Like you just touched on 2, which are, I agree, are fairly obvious, and certainly one of them is highly legislated. I mean, extremely highly legislated as far as what you can do and what you can't do. Can that review be expanded into things like city operations? Are we doing the best job with the people that we currently have? Or are there different ways that we can actually manage the work that we're doing? Is it possible to expand that study into that?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the application-based modernization funds that we're going for are, this is the first intake. So there will be future intakes. The first one was basically immediate, looking at program budgets, and we had to get in at least to express some interest about 2 weeks ago. So we thought, well, let's look at 2 big chunks of the budget based on some of our capital discussions, and even what I heard today now about, you know, should we be looking at contingency for those 2? So they were just budgets that we wanted to really take a good close look at. You have as an option, we did get unconditional funding that you'll remember we applied to elements of this budget for efficiencies. I believe there's approximately $300,000 still in a reserve. If council wanted to direct a review of any other service areas or looking at staffing plans or otherwise broad-based, we could do that, or we could pursue it in a future intake. The 2 reviews are going to include everything related to those programs, though.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm, where I want to go. It's just that when you started talking about reviews, I was on town council back in the late 90s when we went through a very extensive process. We've already done it ourselves once under the Six Sigma program, but that was internal, and I always doubted its value. But so I'm not suggesting we go anywhere. I just wanted to know what the parameters of the program were. That's all.
And we have that 300,000 in, we don't need to do that here today. We have that for if we want to look at it in the future in an area, but I think starting with those two is a
It was
pretty
only
good.
because the CEO brought it up.
Yeah,
that's
you
all.
bet. Councillor Yo?
Yeah, and thank you, through you. Maybe it ties into that $300,000, but I noticed number 4 says additional staffing adjustments to be determined, so perhaps that can come back and that could be that extra thing we look at later.
Yep, that could be tied in with our service levels and everything else. If we start reducing them, how does it affect some of our staff, right? So, correct. Okay, so I have another motion I forgot, sorry, if you guys will. That staff conduct a review of the area-rated tax levies and report back to council in Q1 with recommendations for enhancement and/or consolidation. We do tax allocations early in the spring, and we haven't talked about area-rated and some of the levies, and I think it might be a good time just to get an update on where are we, are there any recommendations on how we can simplify it from a tax perspective? So it's just for information, if council is open to that concept. Somebody will, yeah, you got to move it and second it. Councillor Richardson and Vale. Questions? All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize, through you, the last update was at the same time in Q1. I think it was mentioned generally. We are bringing a formal update and working session through you on our financial plan. And I think to Councillor Dunn's comments, what we've noticed obviously in the last 2 budget cycles is that we're not meeting that projected increase annually, and it is having a ripple effect throughout the budgeting. We're going to go back and run some scenarios, but basically running it at different budget levels and increases. 3% we're going to sort of use as a benchmark, but I think it was just important that you know that's one of the things that we want to run in the next 10 year so that we can true up our budgets a little bit better going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I need a confirming bylaw for today's proceedings of the special council meeting. Councillor Ashmore and O'Reilly, all in favor? That's passed. And a motion to adjourn. Councillor Yo and Councillor Vale, all in favor? That's passed. Thank you, folks.